in Barcelona. My name is Jackson. I'm one of your community managers here, responsible for all of the live stream content on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you so very much for being here and joining us for a very community-focused, a very laid-back, a very conversational taste of Unite 2024. I'm very grateful to each and every one of you for being here because we've got a lot of fun programming planned. I hope you guys are all here to stick around. We've got 4 hours of content with different very exciting guests. We've got cool topics to discuss, and we'll be doing giveaways. We'll also be talking to teams who have made games with Unity, including Phasmophobia and Halibut. Later in the show, I'm very, very excited. But first, I want to check in with all of you because I hope that you all know this is a live stream, which means we are here to engage with you and interact with you. This is not just one-sided. You're not just watching. You can be a participant here. It's what I want as a community manager, and it's what I think we need as a community in general. So I wanted to say hey to Liz Kimber. Thank you for being first here on Twitch. We've also got Unity Coder. We got Johnny Action. Welcome on in. We've got Eamon hanging here as well. It's so good to have everybody. Of course, we are also watching on YouTube. We've got Lurkin Ninja. We've got a handful of people that I saw from our keynote conversation earlier today. Some names I recognize. Pink the Goober is here. Unity Coder again on this side. Everybody, thank you so very much. Lurking Ninja calling out that Halibut is a masterpiece, an incredibly unique game. I'm blown away by every step of the production. We're going to talk to the creator behind it later today, but I was doing some research, as I often do before we bring guests on the show, and that was a 10-year development cycle for a passion project from a team that just loved everything about it. So I'm very excited to dive into that. Again, I'd also like to remind you that while this is a very community-focused stream, we're not going to be relaying sessions. This is not every session from Unite live on a stream. This is our opportunity to invite you in because what I think is best about Unite and these types of events is the opportunity to bring people together and to interact with everybody. Networking in a professional sense, but just honestly socializing. I think it's so incredible. So as a community-focused stream, that is the intention for today. If you are looking for super in-depth knowledge about what has been revealed and discussed here at Unite, there will be video-on-demand files for some of the sessions to be uploaded in the next little while. And if you want to go and check out the keynote, that VOD is available under the live tab on the Unity YouTube page. So you can go and check that out. That happened live this morning. Lots of very cool announcements. If we're being honest, my favorite was the sizzle reels. They popped. They kicked off. I sent messages when I saw them. I was like, I don't know who makes our sizzle reels, but please tell them they're doing an incredible job. Code with Pedipos says, wow, that's long. It sure is. And I don't know why I committed to hosting 4 hours of a live stream, but I am very excited. And Laumania, I hope I got your name right on YouTube, asking if the sessions are indeed available. Of course, I'm glad that we got ahead of that. So I'm excited to kind of kick things off here. We've got a number of different guests to get through today, and then we're coming back tomorrow. If you thought 4 hours was long, let's tack on another 3 tomorrow. But I've said this a bunch of times. I'm very excited. We've been planning this for a very long time, and I'm just here to bring all of you guys together and give you just a little bit. Just a little bit. And with that, let's bring on our first guest, a previous Unity live stream host, an AI expert, a responsible AI conversationalist, presenter, knower of all things. Please welcome to the show, Manu. How's it going?
I'm just so happy to be here.
I know,
We'll
right?
say it a lot of times, and
Right?
people will be bored, but we're excited.
Yeah.
It's Unite. We're in Barcelona, Spain. Live with you guys also on stage, right there. Multiple cameras, multiple angles. Also, just shout out to the back end, all the people working in the back, making sure that we look good on camera. Thank you, Freeman, also. Just having a good time here. And I'm excited because I've been on the show floor since very early.
Yeah.
Before even the keynote started. making sure our demo were working properly and everything.
Yeah.
And then you have this moment after the keynote where people leave the room excited just to learn and dive into all of the different projects. And that's the energy that I enjoy the most. Is people with shine bright eyes just asking questions, diving in. That was fun.
So we'll talk about a number of different things. I already see people in the chat talking about AI. And I saw during the keynote people being like, oh, AI, I bet everyone's going to talk about AI. I don't think that you can talk about video game creation without discussing AI in some capacity, because it's very useful tools. I understand that it is a hot topic. I understand that it is a hot button issue. We'll discuss that momentarily, because I do want to pick your brain about it, because I think what you all are exposed to as AI being everywhere in the world now is very different than what we will talk about here.
Exactly.
Using AI tools and responsible AI being kind of the foundation of what you present, I think is going to give you guys a really different perspective on it. And it's not what you're expecting. It's not jam AI into literally everything, which we have seen. So I'm excited for that. We will get into that with you guys for sure. Liz says the problem with AI is a buzzword of the day, and AI can cover absolutely anything, and you are 100% correct. So we're going to get more specific with you guys. We're going to make it so that you know what to expect, as opposed to just saying AI, leaving it in the wind, and then kind of like, I don't know, just letting everybody get pissed off about it. We're going to change it up. We're going to give you guys some insight into some very cool things. But before we do that, you touched on it, and I want to dive into what has your Unite experience been like so far?
You know, it's my second Unite. I've joined Unity back in 2021, February. So I'm kind of a new one when you compare to other staple colleagues that have been there for a decade.
Yeah.
But it's been amazing. I was in Amsterdam last year on stage on the keynote. So it was a different experience because I was obviously rehearsing, making sure that, you know, my speech is good. We do have a session tomorrow at 11 a.m. locally with Martina Johansson. We're going to actually present the Muse suite of tools of AI at Unity live on stage. But that's a breakout session. So even though it comes with its amount of stress and preparation, it's way more chill than doing the live keynote. And the people did a fantastic jobs. Shout out again to the entire team. The production was insane.
Yeah.
I love the brand team as well because my background is a bit different from most Unity employees or creators. I'm not a developer. I'm actually a designer. I joined as a product designer. I was actually specialized in XR when I joined Unity. So it was interesting to also be there to bring this different angle to the scene. You know, people that talk about AI talk a lot about the development aspect of it, but there's so much that can be done and said from the perspective of a designer, from the perspective of someone that is also learning Unity still. And I'm pretty excited to see how these things are unfolding and evolving. It's a umbrella term, like we said, that is sometimes covering too many different things.
Yeah.
And people are hyping it up a little bit too much and maybe not being enough transparent about what it is not. And, you know, outside of Unity, I work also as a responsible AI advocate also for my work.
Yeah.
So it's important for me, even within the company, to take this position internally, making sure that we keep Unity on check, in a sense.
Yeah.
I'm an artist. Both my parents are artists, so traditional artists and digital artists. So we want to make sure we do it right.
I think that's where the AI conversation gets really interesting. And I'm almost too close because I don't want to talk about it yet. But remind me to come back to AI and its contributions to art. I think is such an interesting conversation. And the artists that I know and that I've worked with previously, that's where I've seen the most heat around AI. So we can talk about that because, again, because of the broad buzzword terminology, people hear it, they associate it with those really negative experiences, but it doesn't always need to be.
Exactly.
And we've got some comments here. Again, if you guys are watching either on YouTube or Twitch, feel free, pop in, say hey, ask questions. If you've got any questions for our guests at any point in time, feel free to ask them. We would love to bring them up if they're appropriate and those types of things. But at the end of the day, this is as much a show for you guys as it is us talking.
It's funny because I used to do the live streams before Jax joined the team.
Yeah.
I'm so happy that he is there now because I can get to go back into being just an advocate.
Yeah.
But what was nice during the live stream was that there's always someone that joins in the middle of the stream and is like, is this recorded?
Yeah.
No, this is live. We see your question and we see the comment section and we can answer them live as well. So don't hesitate, throw them at us. We'll have fun.
Yeah. Thank you to Peacist in the YouTube chat who says, Unite, but the Unite podcast.
Oh,
and that's kind of the vibe we were looking for when we incepted, when we created this show. We were like, well, we could do, and we talked about this briefly too, we could do like a talk show type energy and have like big chairs and couches, but it just feels a little bit impersonal. Whereas like just sitting and having these conversations, I think more appropriately hits the vibes that we're looking for.
Yes.
So Unite is a 3-ish day event. What have you been able to see, interact with, encounter in any way in the kind of day and a bit that we've been live?
So there was an amazing, opening yesterday that I missed, unfortunately, because I was trying to get back to my normal schedule of sleep. What's interesting is that I come from Montreal, Canada, so the jet lag is pretty intense in Barcelona. I'm not gonna lie, but this morning was already, everybody on the floor, the keynote. We presented a couple of demo live already at the booth for Muse.
Yeah.
So we have a few different booths that are really interesting, that are connected to each other. We have the Ask the Expert section where people can actually come and really deep dive and ask more deep questions. What else? Yeah, the live stream was my next thing in the agenda today. So now I'm enjoying being here with you. 2 friends hanging with the mics.
That's it.
And then I'll go back to the booth again and meet with people. The customers meeting is, I think, the best part, because there's some people that you see every year, right? Like they keep coming back as Unity users or Unity friends, partners. There was Meta on the floor this morning, for example, which they have Connect next week. So it's going to be interesting to also learn from them what's happening next week in the world of XR. And my background is in XR, so I'm a sucker for that. And so being able to show them also what we do in AI and compare and see how we can continue to partner is a very cool opportunity.
Yeah, it's really interesting. The event space in general, and I kind of touched on the reason we want to do this, is because the opportunity to connect in person, something that disappeared for years,
right?
My God,
yes.
And it's only slowly coming back. I believe last year's Unite was about half the size.
Yep.
So we're growing, we're bringing it back. And yesterday, we had like an opening day Unite mixer.
Yes.
And I kind of walked in, and I'm still feeling the effects of like
the
pandemic and being like, oh, I'm not used to being in big groups and talking to a lot of people. And I was like, oh, social anxiety on the rise. But then like being able to chat and interact with people in the industry, people that I've like either tangentially interacted with or connected with, or people that I've seen on other content and stuff like that, was a really, really cool experience.
I agree.
Is
and
there
you said
anyone
something interesting about that, which is the misconception that people that are good on stream, that do live event, that talk on stage are super big extrovert. We are not. I enjoy being an introvert. When my battery is depleted, I go back in my bed, put the cover on, and I like being behind my computer and be a geek. That's who I am. Yeah. In those events, though, I need professionally to be out there and talk to people. But what's nice is that we're surrounded by game developers, people that also have some level of introvert, personalities.
Almost naturally.
So people respect each other on that. There's never too much intensity in those events, and I try to make sure that I have a sweet balance at that as well.
It's a fun observation, not in the sense of like, I don't say this in a derogatory term at all because I self-identify, but like being able to walk out there and being like, oh, everyone here is also a nerd. I kind of like that energy a lot. And just because in front of a camera doing your job, you're up and energetic, right? You're doing speeches, you're doing a ton of different things.
Yep.
It doesn't necessarily mean you're like that 100% of the time.
That would be insane.
It would just be unbearable, I think. With the level of kind of networking and connecting with people that happens here, is there anyone here who like you're hoping to meet or interact with, or
That's
like
a good
specific
question.
Industry connections you're hoping for?
Yeah, I mean, like we said earlier, there's like the regular friends of Unity, right? Like companies like Spatial, we have Jake, which is the community manager over there. Like it's very relatable to what we do, you and I, at Unity. So seeing him this morning, tapping my back and giving me a hug, I'm like, man, we met last year in person for the first time. But we have been friends since the pandemic, so digital friends per se. And so, like you said, like going back to actually being in person, realizing that I'm 6'8" and people like freak out when they meet me for the first time.
Let's pause on that for 1 second.
If I stand up, I'll be out of frame.
8. Do you want to stand up?
Well, let's try it. Just
I'm 6'1" for context. It's been a running joke in my community circles that I'm short.
Come over here.
I'm 6'1".
Insane. I'm out of frame again.
It doesn't even make sense to me. That's absolute. It should be illegal. I want to pull in a question that we have here from Liz Kimberly. Have you guys learned anything, you didn't already know about Unity at Unite. And I want to answer first, lots. Because I've been here for 2 months and I do not have a developer background. Being able to observe the process of Unite coming together, watching some of the keynote, watching the keynote rehearsals and things as well. I love live production. I love live entertainment. So I have that level of experience. But seeing the level of passion that people speak about their product, their work with, is incredible for me. But pretty much everything in the keynote, I was like, this is so news to me. Some of the topics, I was like, I don't even know what we're discussing. But is there anything that's kind of kicked off for you that you're like, whoa, I didn't know that?
I think the thing that was the most exciting for me, and I don't know if you guys on stage right now behind your computer have seen that, but in the keynote, we showcased a demo of a presentation called Time Ghost. And Time Ghost was amazing. And I know the people working behind, I know how hard they've been working on this for months now. And the quality, the level of detail, like things down to the fine grain of a hair strand. It was just amazing. And then you have your demo booth with the team opening up the project in real time in Unity.
It was unbelievable.
And being able to move the camera around and showcase what's inside. And right now at the demo booth, I just met again one of another advocate that's showcasing it to people on the stage. And it's cool to hear him geek out. No, that was not Mike.
Oh, okay.
I forgot his name now, actually.
Mike's coming back later.
Yeah, Mike will be on stage after that. So no, I think what's interesting for me is also to learn about other departments at Unity, because you focus so much on what you do, like in the advocacy team, like, and coming back from a designer background, I was mostly on like digital twins and architecture side of Unity, but being able to see teams working on graphics, teams working on dots, the URP sample scene that I'm using in my AI demo. I'm learning every time that I present it, I'm learning something new from someone giving me a tip or a little inside information.
I think it's super cool. There's so much opportunity here. And I'm not going to make this corporate, and I'm not a shill. I'm not here to tell you guys, make sure you're at the next Unite. We need the dollars. Like, I don't care, but like, I'm grateful that I'm able to connect with you in this way and give you a little bit of what's going on. But honestly, just from the caliber of event and the opportunity that exists here, if you're ever able to make it to one, or you work for a studio that's curious about it, I highly recommend just looking into it. And again, try and get here for free. I don't know. We have students that are here right now.
We do.
That was cool. We were at a student mixer the other day. We should talk about that.
Yeah.
So we went to the University of Barcelona.
Yep.
And we talked to students in the game development program. And we had a mix and mingle for like a few hours. Some of them showed us our games.
Yeah.
And one story that I would love to tell, now that we're on the topic, Manu, is there was a game that was a platformer created by 3 students. And it was so cool to talk to the youth that are like brand new and excited about creating these things, right? And they already have a publishing deal. They haven't graduated yet.
Which was super mind-blowing to us, because
so good.
Usually at that level in your career, you're looking for a publisher.
Yeah, how do you get your word out there and you're 20 and you haven't even graduated
I was
yet?
a little bit jealous.
They had it locked down. I was like, whoa. So they're working really hard, and I started playing their game. Very cool, like 2D pixel art, fast action platformer, different kind of power-ups and abilities. And I'm playing with them and asking them a bunch of questions. And then I was stuck on level 22, admittedly. I got stuck there. I played it probably like, I don't know, 8 or 10 times, and you had wandered in behind me, and I was like, I'm stuck! And I was trying to play it off. I was trying to joke about it, and you're like, hey, can I just try real quick? And I handed it to you, and I was like, if you beat this on the first try, I'm going to lose my mind. And what happened?
Before this happened, though, the game developer was next to Jax, and she was like, do you want me to put on the God mode? Yeah. Which was humiliating to both of us, because it's like, come on, like let us try before you put out the cheat codes. Yeah. It's like you're playing GTA with your cousin, and it's like, let me give you infinite life. Like, no, thank you. Let me play first. And then before she did that, I was like, let me try. I'm just gonna try it out. I had no idea what I would be doing, and it was the first time playing the game as well. But I ended up finishing the level in one try. But I will say, it's because I've studied how Jax has actually lost so many times and died in front of me. So I knew what not to do.
It's like the pickle jar. I loosened it.
Yeah.
I loosened it for you to open it. But that was really cool. It was awesome to be able to connect with students. And then I know a few of them are here as well. Like I was able to, yesterday during the mixer, talk to one of the students from the event. I didn't realize the students attending, they weren't all from Barcelona. It was an open invitation
Indeed.
to students. So I met someone from just outside London. Where's our Brighton office?
Brighton,
right?
yeah.
Just they went to university just outside Brighton.
Wow.
And they came all the way to Barcelona for that event, and then to attend
I have to
Unite.
admit, I think that's the coolest thing about doing Unite in Europe is that you get so many more traveling happening for a
accessible.
little bit of a less
Yeah.
bigger cost, which is great for people that don't have the money to move around.
Yeah.
And students indeed. The other thing that I enjoyed was that it was not just about presenting your game and then getting tips, but there are students that also took the opportunity to ask questions about their portfolio.
That's right. You were given a lot of feedback.
We gave them some feedback. I think I interviewed like 25, 30 of them. Then we took some cool selfie, posted that on LinkedIn, which then again amplified their work.
That's great.
Like we do have like the game industry people watching our content. So being able to give time back to the people that are actually making the games
Yeah.
is what's the most important for us, educating.
100%. In terms of putting publisher eyes and drawing attention to students' work, I don't know if I already told you this story. Did I tell you about what happened
No.
after our last stream last
No,
week?
what happened?
So, thank you to those of you who have been at a lot of our live streams. We are doing these once a week, essentially. We're going to do two this week. So we're taking next week off, but we're diving back in, and I'm bringing you full content. That's what we're working towards
Let's
here.
go.
So thank you to those of you who are here live now. Game Man asking, is this really live? It is.
It is.
And if you have any questions, comments, concerns,
Yep.
not the last one. I don't want to hear your concerns. That's not true. If you have
You can also put
concerns,
emojis or just tell us where you're from. Like
I
where are you
love
looking
that.
from? I like to know that.
Absolutely. So last week we did a live stream where myself, Thomas, and Kirk from education and community teams came in, and we played a bunch of student-submitted games on the stream. We played 7 different ones. We told them all that we were going to be playing. You guys should come and check it out. They came to the stream. We had them in chat. We asked a couple of questions. How big's your team? What was the process? How long? Dev time? Those types of things. One of them sent a message to us after the fact, I think a couple of days ago, so this week, and said, hey, thank you so much for showcasing our game. A publisher saw this stream and reached out,
way.
and they're interested in our game. And I was like, we helped create that.
Dude.
Community, content, etc. We helped forge that connection and do something good for a group in the games industry. And that, like, as a community manager,
That's everything you want.
that's the dream.
Yep.
So that was really fun.
So that also means that it's worth it to also participate in those conversations. Like I remember I was moderating one of the live stream you did with I think Kirk, Thomas, and Esteban
Yeah.
from Advocacy, and it was about live coding and developing live on stage, which is stressful first of all. But like then in the chat, people were super active and people were talking to each other at some
Helping
point,
each other,
and you're
right?
just creating connections like this. I love it.
Well, I talked about it quite a bit at the mixer with the students, and like networking sounds intimidating, but to me it's just making connections. It's who
Making
do you
friends.
know? Right, exactly. And especially for young people learning for the first time. I've worked in the industry, not for very long, but I worked in a game studio for a couple of years.
That's true.
And to me, it's who you know is going to help you in your career just as much as what you know.
Yep.
And for students, they're like, I kind of ask them, like, if you could work for any studio, like, what's your dream studio? Some of them said, I want to start my own studio. Some of them said, I want to work in an indie studio. Now, when someone starts their own studio, who do you think they're going to go to to try to bring them in? The people that they know, that they went to school with, that they know their caliber of experience and knowledge and things. So being able to help those connections be formed here is honestly
Tremendous.
It's incredible. I'm so fortunate. And we've got people from all over the world. We got DD Studio Ann tuning in from the Netherlands. We see you on Twitch. Thank you for hanging with us today. We've got Lao Mania in Denmark. We've got Italy with Love from Andrea. Good to see you. Peacist is in India. We got Austria, France. Yes, I can recognize a flag. Thank
Bonjour,
you for the
bonjour.
email.
Je parle français.
Comment ça va? Bienvenue. We've got Russia, Privyet, Mexico, hola. We've got South Africa in here, Malta,
Wow.
Morocco. It's incredible, right? And being able to be a community manager and connect people from all over the world is one of my favorite things to do. Now, with time zones, we don't have a lot of North America here right now. And that's kind of interesting. And we were like, that's usually where we connect
That's
with
the main
most
audience,
people. That's our
usually,
main
yeah.
audience. So this is really exciting.
And I
it's
think
really
that's,
awesome.
that's good to, for one, switch it a little bit. Because
Right.
I remember
Absolutely.
when we started doing the Muse program and like actually starting to build a product and so
Yeah.
on, initially we were like, okay, how do we bring the product out there? You know, like there's the normal Unity emails and then the newsletters, the socials, but we wanted to do live webinars. And that's how we started with Martina and Bill from the Centis team, doing live webinars with the audience. And then the question became, we cannot do more than one per week. Yeah. And we have to try to make it in a time zone that will try to span across the world the most possible. Mm-hmm. And usually that tend to be really, let's just say it, Occidental-centric, because you get the Eastern time zone, which covers a little bit of the West Coast, and then covers a little bit of Europe very late at night. So it's always late for Europe. It's always in the middle of the night for most of South Asia and Asia. And then that kind of sucks for the people that really are passionate but cannot join. So I'm happy that for Unite, even though America will have to watch the recording, but to be able to be with the people from South Africa, from India, at a normal, accessible time zone feels good.
Yeah, I think with the global nature of the world and game development, it's impossible to kind of hit everybody at the same time, and you kind of have to pick and choose when you're able to, logistically, what makes sense, who's your audience, who you're trying to get to. But I'm very honored at the opportunity to hang out with different people here. Again, the names, the countries keep coming in. Please keep letting us know where you're tuning in from. We've got Uganda, Turkey,
let's go.
Atlanta, representing.
That's a late
You're
one.
early or late, and we are grateful that you are here. Belarus as well, South Korea, love from South Africa. I'm again. It's
talking
so
about
cool.
South Africa. We might be there at Africa Games in December.
In December, that's right.
We're starting to look into that right now. So if ever you hear about Unity coming into Africa Games, come and say hi if you see me on stage right now.
Yeah, that's
right.
right.
We're happy to connect with you guys. Yeah,
that's so cool. Again, a little bit more Egypt, Boston. Ooh. Good morning, I think. We've also got Panda Cosmos in London.
We also have a user group in Boston that's coming soon. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, on the 19th of October.
Yeah.
That's a Saturday, I think.
Yeah. Again, this is live. If you guys have questions, please ask them. We'll see if we can get you answers. I can't guarantee you we'll be able to address everything, find answers to everything. I don't have a lot of answers, but I can find people that might. I want to bring in a question from Edge here on YouTube, who says, earlier you said Time Ghost was made in a couple of months. Are you able to say the size of the team that worked on it and how long they spent on it? Let's take some time to talk about that demo, because it's absolutely beautiful. How much do you know about it?
I don't know much. I actually know the lead that worked on it, Sylvia, and I know... it's not made in a couple months. It's made in multiple months. I don't know exactly how long, but they've been working on it for a while. And it's amazing because the team is probably big. I don't know how many people neither. I suck at this, okay? We have so many Slack channels. I cannot know everybody
Slack's
at Unity.
Hard.
Thousands of employees.
There's thousands. But coming here and being able to interact with people, it's like, it feels like a small company in a weird way. It feels so much more intimate.
Yeah, that's true. And it's because I think you see the people from the event team a lot. Like I'm from advocacy, so every time we have a U Day, like a Unity Day, Developer Day events in different cities, I see the same people that come in, make sure that everything works well, that are organizing those events. You have the community team, people like you, and the entire community team that also make sure that we organize the events that are around also the main events. And I see my advocacy friends. So it's always the same faces, but Unite is the opportunity to bridge the gap with the other teams that I usually don't interact a lot with. Yeah. So sadly, I cannot give more insight on Time Ghost. But
that's okay. I mean, we can kind of speak a little more broadly towards it. Like it's incredible to see. I mean, it's incredible. Full stop. It's incredible. But also to be able to be like, I think some of the conversation that I see often when I'm interacting with you lovely folks in the live streams is like, if you look at other companies, and I say other companies, not competitors, because that's not the approach that Unity has with the games industry. We're not in competition with Unreal. If you're using tools that work for you to create cool stuff in games, that's great. Do that.
I use Unreal as well. I use Blender. I use many tools.
We did a creator spotlight where someone came in and talked about their web game, which was stunning. They used like 14 different tools, and we're like, cool, we'll spot like. You can talk about some Unity stuff, but like tell us about everything.
Sounds like every game developer.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone uses multiple
I don't know anyone that is like
and do what works.
Just like focus on one engine. That would suck. That means that you're maybe a little bit biased and you're avoiding yourself to be curious and seeing outside of the boundaries.
Diversify, but I think it is exciting because when you look at Unreal, people say like, okay, well the company creates the tools and they use the tools. There's a level of intimate knowledge there, and occasionally we hear this portion of conversation that nobody at Unity uses the tools. How would they know what we need? But to be able to kind of put this product out there, this demo, and be like, look what the Unity team created, I think is an interesting nugget in that world and that conversation.
So you just said something very important. It's the concept of dog fooding. Unity has that as a value for every product. You know, not everything at Unity that's being built is a game. We're building features, we're building new tools, we're building ways to enhance the editor experience as well. When I joined, I was working on digital twins on just that UI panel on the side, or the 2D Canva for the node graph. Like, those specific things are tools that, first of all, you need to design, develop, put out there, test, research.
Yeah.
And you need to use other tools to see what are the best practices in the industry. But also, usually, the people that are actually designing or developing these tools, they are in those teams because they applied for that particular position.
Yeah.
So most likely they are using similar tools or that workflow in their own life. And so, yes, we absolutely dog food our products. And demos like Time Goes are interesting because obviously the easiest thing to showcase is visual. Unity has so many other layers than just the visual and the graphics. But it's true that when you compare to other engine, it's rare that we're being positioned as the most beautiful AAA engine, because that's not really the focus of Unity. Unity is trying to help everything, from small developers, from people using prototyping, engineers, researchers. When I went to SIGGRAPH last year, everything that was being developed on the haptics floor for everything that is haptics related and the future of XR was built on Unity. But you don't know about it. We don't have a huge splash screen and marketing doing that for those builds. So in gaming, we also help a lot of indie games. Indie games means smaller team, not enough budget. So the big AAA games are not always coming out of Unity, but we also have AAA graphic capabilities. And seeing Time Goes pushing that limit, like being able to actually show those graphics at this level of high end feels great, because it gives also an internal feeling for the people that work at the company that, okay, we're able to do that, let's go. So I love that.
And I'm so fortunate to be able to be a part of these conversations and help showcase people's work. But a lot of times, people work so hard and tirelessly without any form of like being able to be connected or credited to those things. So it's cool to kind of give a little bit of that platform. We've got someone in chat saying that according to the Unity's website, about 50 people worked on the Time Ghost demo.
Awesome.
So thank you
for that info. Yep.
Also, a shout out to The Bull. Welcome on in. A familiar name, certainly. Great to see you. Mr. Tim's here from Sweden. Metal Sonic Dude, great to see you, MSD. Thank you for hanging out. I did put the link to the keynote in both chats here. So if you're watching on Twitch or if you're watching on YouTube, head on over there.
Yeah, make sure to check it out.
Take a look, honestly. It's very, very cool. We do have a giveaway coming up later in the stream. We have Kirill, I hope I'm saying that right, it's asking how to get into that giveaway. I'll let you know when the time comes, but it'll probably be two different giveaways, because I did see a comment earlier, apologies I didn't grab the name, saying I could use some like Unity swag, like sweaters, stickers, and stuff.
Actually, I'm repping the yellow Unity Unite staff shirt.
How much?
I don't know how much it is.
That's good.
That being said, there's supposed to be tote bags and little goodies for people on the floor. I didn't even get mine yet. I need to go back there and actually gather some swags. That's another value of being at Unite, is that you get some really cool stuff. I'm repping one of the old Unity, new logo, but old cap. There's a new one now with the bigger logo.
Cool.
Many things. You can also find that on our shop, I think, on the website.
Yeah.
But the Unite specific things is for people at Unite. So definitely a few goodies that I want to have. Collectibles.
Exclusives. But if you do want some Unity specific swag, we're going to be giving this away later.
Oh, I love this.
This is a very cool thing that we'll talk more about later when we have Mike back.
Let's do it.
You'll meet Mike. Mike's cool, if you've not already met Mike. But this is a card game, custom created, using Unity tooltips. And you can play with like 6 cards if you have them. But this is a pack of 55 cards. We've got 2 of them. We'll be sending these out to winners later. Again, we'll give you the details that you need then. But to be ahead of it, we are going to do that giveaway on Twitch. It takes 30 seconds to make a quick account. I understand that that's a slight inconvenience for people to move over from YouTube to Twitch, but that's where a lot of the awesome interactive tools are. Manu, we've only got you for like 10 more minutes.
Oh.
Time flies.
Wait, we only have 10 minutes with me?
10 more.
Whoa.
I know.
I'm happy to stay for long if you want.
I mean, honestly, if our next guests don't show up, you can stick around.
Awesome. Well, why don't we talk a little bit about AI if you want?
Exactly. That's exactly what I would like to do, because let's throw out this disclaimer again. Cool. AI is a divisive conversation. AI is a hot button topic. It makes people angry. People are opposed and resistant to it. And a lot of, I won't say a lot, that's too editorializing. But sometimes that is absolutely the case. It can be exploitive. It can be disrespectful in a lot of different ways. So what I want to ask to you is your topic of responsible AI. What is the headline to that? What is responsible AI? How can people engage with AI responsibly?
That's a great question. Thanks for asking. That was not scripted, I swear. Because if not, I would have been like,
I don't have a
not
script.
this question. No, I kid. What's interesting with the word responsible is that most people used to use the word ethics or ethical AI in the past, which, to be fair, we should stop using because I don't think there will ever be a moment where we'll be saying AI is fully ethical, right? Just in the way that it's made. Ethics covers so many things that I think companies as a whole or capitalism cannot even cover. But responsible is a different approach. That means that you're being careful, that you're being thoughtful, and that you do the right best practices in the way that you build tools, that you train data, or that you create the experience for the user. So when I joined Unity, I was already working as a responsible advocate for many different type of technology, including extended reality, XR, spatial computing. And the way that we approach that is by thinking about the end result, the user experience, but also where does the data come from, right? Like we had so many controversies in the early days of generative AI, which is very different from artificial intelligence as a whole. For example, Unity has been using AI for a while. With machine learning, we had so many different models and tools and features that you could use to train your NPC in your game, or dialogues, or behaviors, or even using AI to train amazing animation that were used in some of our best tools. But more recently, I would say in the last 2 to 3 years, the word AI became kind of an umbrella term, and usually it covers two sides of things. The large language models, like chatbots and things that have evolved from just being an Alexa and Google Home, but to become something a bit more intelligent, to be able to respond to you with natural language processing. And then generative AI for generating images or textures or videos or 3D models. And those two different angles of that are basically what people say nowadays when they say AI.
Yeah.
And I can understand. I'm an artist. Like I said earlier, both my parents are traditional artists. They graduated from the National School of Art in Paris. And I've also been using traditional art my entire life since I was a kid. So when I joined Unity as an artist and as a designer, I absolutely wanted to make sure that I also keep the company on check a little bit, making sure that we do the right things to represent the community and the people that I represent. Plus, you can say by the skin color, I come not from necessarily the same places as most people do. I'm from the Caribbean in Guadeloupe, and like even over there, we have such respect for diversity, inclusion, doing the right things, ethicals. So in AI, it's the same thing. When you think about the data set that are being used to train the Muse model at Unity, those come from sources that are responsible. What does that mean? That means that we're not training, for example, on code that is public on the internet. We're training on our documentations. We're training on the editor information. When we talk to generative images, we're making sure that we work with licensable data sets that have been validated as being ethical sourced.
Right.
Same for the animation that we generate, same for the video, everything that Unity does in the world of AI. You can be sure that it's not going to bite you back when you build your game and you publish it out there. I remember earlier in the conversation, people were afraid of Steam because Steam put out the statement saying, no AI in our games. We're going to ban any game that's being published that use AI.
Right.
And people were freaking out. They're like, oh my God, but Unity just announced a bunch of AI tools. Like, what do we do? Does it mean that we're going to be at risk? And then the conversation evolved from Steam saying that with the umbrella term to, oh, no. What we meant is responsible AI.
Exactly.
If you're using models that have literally been scrapping the internet or putting artists out of their jobs, well, we don't want that in our platform. But if you work with Unity, you're fine because Unity uses responsible AI.
Cool.
So that is almost a label that you can put, a trust label, that if you use our tools, you will do the right thing in the way that you use it.
I like that a lot.
And I would say the last thing is in the way that the tools are being built. We're not trying to create a tool that's going to be a one-button push that gives you an output, and then you can fire 90% of your team to be more productive.
Yeah.
That's not the goal here. The goal is to enhance your productivity, make your workflow more interesting, maybe cut down on the boring stuff that no one ever wants to do ever.
Right.
But to bring that time back into the things that matter to you, the thing that you care about. For example, if you use Muse Animate, yes, you can generate a quick animation that is 5 seconds long that would have taken weeks to prototype. But you're cutting down on the ideation time. You're cutting down on the stakeholder relationship, the conversation to present your idea to your team. And now, if they validate and the concept is cool, you can go back and work with real animator, fine-tune the details, make sure that animation can go and be shipped to a real game. Mm-hmm. So it's the same for the image, the same for the chat, and so on.
I think that's great. I think that people asked earlier, what's something that you've learned at Unite? This was incredibly educational for me. And I think it's information that people need to hear. Again, if people are using Unity, great. If they're not, that doesn't bother me. I'm here to connect people and make sure that they're feeling together and that type of thing. So it's not even just from a Unity perspective, but I think it's information that people need to hear, that, again, this really divisive conversation around AI has responsible ways to navigate it. And I'll pull in a couple of questions here because it all comes together in a really important way. Proker saying, can you wrap up what AI can do in Unity? Edge saying, can you give some examples on the boring stuff that AI would help replace? What sort of tools are we using to basically just speed up processes that aren't necessarily being detrimental to the industry or art or anything like that?
Yeah, so two things. First, we have a demonstration tomorrow at the breakout at 11 a.m. CST, so local time in Barcelona, with Martina Johansson, which is the product manager of Muse Chat, as the product, which is one of our tools that we have in Muse as a suite. You can think of Muse as a suite of multiple tools. Muse Chat, Muse Texture, Muse Animate, they do different things. So we're able to generate things and to accelerate some part of the workflow that is associated with creating sprites, creating textures, PBR texture generation, animation that are, perfect clips for humanoids and stuff like that. But when it comes to that demo, we're actually going to showcase in that demo from A to Z all of these different tools and how they work in synergy. Cool. And I think one of the coolest things that people will see is that Muse Chat has evolved from being a tool that is a little bit outside of the editor on the web, similar to things like ChatGPT I use ChatGPT every day, even to generate code sometimes. But sometimes you use it to generate maybe a script in C# and then you bring it in Unity and then there's a console error and you don't know what is the error. And then you go back to ChatGPT and it doesn't know that, that was because you're using version 5 of Unity instead of 6.
Right.
Those nuances, Muse Chat is trained on, again, our code base, our documentation.
Yeah.
He knows your editor. And now it's in the editor with context of your project. It knows your project settings. You can ask it stuff about what is the amount of, polygons that's in the scene. Or you can ask things to help you do stuff because you can now run commands. That means you can interact with game objects, attach them as a context in the conversation that you have with Muse Chat. But that's not only the hierarchy and the game objects that are in the scene, but also prefabs that are in your assets, from texture to images to scripts that are in your assets. And it even knows the components in the inspector window on the side. So when you click on an object, and you add those different components like a rigid body, a mesh render, and so on, you can now run actions using Muse Chat and tell them in natural language things that if you're a beginner or a seasoned developer, you might not be thinking out loud about. Example, I have this rock floating in the sky and I just want to add gravity. That's how I would think about it as a person.
Yeah.
But in Unity language, that means it needs a rigid body.
Yeah.
And if you use Unity for the first time, you might be having to go on YouTube, find a tutorial, 10 minutes, watch it until someone finally tell you where to click. Well, now you just don't have to do that. You can just talk to Muse Chat and be like, please add this rock, add gravity to this rock. And then clicking on this one button will create the component, add it to the object, and now you can press play and see the rock fall.
Yeah.
And collide with the colliders and so on. So those are like super cool ways to prototype ideas, and then you do that at scale. You can use it to scatter object in the volume. You can use it to think about the raycasting optionality and maybe populate vegetation in a very large terrain. And so tediously, for example, modifying each animation in an animation controller to make sure that it goes between all of the different movement of your character. If you played any 2D game where you have like wall jumping and stuff like that, we know how tedious that can be. Muse Chat can do it for you and update all of these different components in one click. So I'm not trying to hype it up and say that it will click a button and make a game for me. That's not where we're going, and that's not the goal.
Yeah.
But at least all of those macros, those actions that are repeated, that usually are things that are very tedious and tiring, now it's speeded up.
Anecdotally, and we have to wrap up, sadly. We could talk about this forever. But anecdotally, during my onboarding, Manu was present. And as part of my onboarding, even though I'm not a dev and I'm not working on Unity, there's a level of familiarity that just makes sense. It's something that I've continued to do a little bit, trying to learn basics, to have an understanding of what we're talking about. But there was a moment during the orientation, the editor stuff, where I was like, oh, something's being weird. And then I remember you were sat next to me and you popped into Muse, asked it a question, told them the problem, and you're like, oh, here it is. I'll just copy and paste it and send it to you. Which, like, in terms of troubleshooting and QA, I feel like there's so much potential there.
Code debugging.
I think in my own perspective, right? I think because of the divisive nature, I'm not here to speak on behalf of Unity, but as long as these things are being created and used without negative human impact. It's not taking human jobs. It's not taking attention away from art that they've created, those types of things.
It's the right way.
It's the right way. So I think to be able to have tools utilized in that way. So there was Dapper Walkie asking ChatGPT's training data wasn't responsibly sourced, but you're using it. That's not the way that Muse is created. Like Manu said, just for clarity, it's it's trained on the editor, it's trained on the documentation, it's trained on the code, which I think is really, really cool.
And to be very clear, it's not trained on GitHub code available on the internet. It's trained on the editor code that we've built within Unity, right? It's not trained on your games that you're publishing with Unity. It's trained on what the company has been creating itself. But now you can use that knowledge to make your game better. And, you know, as a quick thing before we wrap up that I wanted to add as well is that this demo that we're doing tomorrow, for the first time, is going to be filmed and available online. So I urge you to, if you feel like this is cutting too short and you want to learn more about what we're doing, go watch it after it's online. I'm going to post it on my social media as well. It's going to be pretty cool, I think, in 45 minutes, being able to kind of really put everything together, and it's live in the editor. I'm really showcasing you what we do with it. It's going to be a fun one.
I'm really looking forward to it. I think it's fantastic that you get that opportunity. I wish we had more time the day, because like we didn't even get to talk about all your accolades that you've gotten recently, winning awards from Mozilla, creating masterclass educational tools on AI. Manu does it all. Thank you so much for taking a little bit of time out of your schedule to come and hang out with us, to talk about the event in general, to talk about AI, responsible AI, and those types of things. It's been incredibly insightful for me, and I hope that you guys have learned something as well. Chat, thank you for asking thought-provoking questions to help guide this conversation.
And keep us on check as well. If you see that at some point Unity is not doing the right thing, we want to know so that we can make sure we do the right thing.
Yeah. I think, again, a big thank you to you for engaging in a divisive conversation, a polarizing topic, in a respectful way. When we hear, hey, you're not doing it right, when people need to keep us in check, doing so respectfully is always the best way.
Exactly.
But Manu, thank you again so much.
Thank
and
you,
we'll have
Jax.
to bring you back for another stream.
Please do. I'll be happy to come back, and it's always a pleasure to be with you, man.
Thank you so much. This has been great.
Awesome.
All right, gang, we are going to change gears here a little bit. If you have joined us later in the stream, a little bit of insight into what to expect today. My name is Jackson. I'm one of your community managers responsible for the live stream content here on twitch.tv/Unity, as well as the official Unity YouTube page. Thank you all so much for tuning in today. What we are bringing to you is a little bit of a taste of the event Unite 2024. We are here live in Barcelona. So what we are planning to bring to you is a sense of togetherness and community and connection. We encourage you all to hop into the chat, engage, ask questions, say hey to our guests, and talk amongst yourselves. We are pumped to bring you this content. We're going to give you a little bit of an insight into the sessions and things that happen here at the event, but this will not be a regurgitation or a live stream about those events. If you are looking for all of that super in-depth knowledge and what's to come, they will be recorded and published on the YouTube page in the coming weeks. So you are more than welcome to go and check that out. I encourage you all to look at the keynote that was aired earlier today as well, as you will have a lot of very cool and exciting things there, things that we've developed and planned and showcased earlier today, which I think is super cool. We've got Monkey Squad in the YouTube chat talking about dots. We will have a segment tomorrow where we will be joined by Turbo Mix Games, Johnny, and his content creation counterpart, Danny, and they will inevitably be discussing dots. They have a podcast dedicated to just dots, apparently. I want to say a big thank you before we transition into our next two guests for being absolutely stealthy. They've been in the room for the last 5 to 10 minutes, and I have watched them move as slowly as humanly possible. And I want, again, thank you, and we'll bring you on in just a moment. It has been unnecessary, but the level of dedication, if you guys could see it, would be absolutely hilarious. Again, shouting out everybody for joining us. If you joined partway through, I would love to hear where you guys are tuning in from. We can move this laptop slightly forward, I think is what we are motioning to. Again, the structure for today, incredibly casual, very laid back, very low key. So we're just going to tell you what's going on at Unite, and we are going to be as honest with you as possible. Sounds good. Oh, no trackpad? That's not good enough? A little trackpad. We got you set. Heck yes. We are just about ready here. Coors in Toronto. I grew up just outside Toronto. Thank you for tuning in, especially because it's super early. Charlotte, North Carolina. One of our next guests is from Carolina. I don't know if it's north or south, but we'll find out together. Southeast Virginia. We've got France. Bonjour. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Virginia, I've been there. I don't know. Again, we're going to be live for 4 hours today. We are 1 hour through, and if we are honest with ourselves and honest with you, my level of attention to detail will slowly dwindle, and I'm going to get weirder and weirder. So get ready for that. Freeman, we are good to go. So we will be welcoming on our next two guests, familiar faces to hopefully some of you, advocates, educational icons, community leads in ways. Please welcome to the show Thomas and Kirk. Welcome on in, gents. How are you?
Hey, what's up?
We're going to get you to get right up on your mics,
Right here.
like you're going to try
Like
and
this.
take a bite out
like
of it.
this.
Yeah,
Just
usually when we
honestly,
talk
it's
to
probably
Jackson,
not
we're
that
in
bad.
our room.
Just right in here.
Like this. Should I open my mouth?
right.
Go.
Okay.
No. Okay.
Now.
We've got Queslot tuning in from Sweden. Yoo-hoo to you as well. So now, Kirk, on my furthest right, also yours, actually.
Hi.
That's how cameras work.
How's
and
it
we've got
going?
Thomas here. Gang, can you, one at a time, not both at the same time. We'll start with you, Kirk. Tell people who you are,
Yeah.
how
On
long you've
this
been
camera.
here,
Yeah.
what you do,
Oh. Long story.
and that's it. And
Cool.
we'll talk about Impractical Jokers.
Oh
later.
no! Don't put my business out on the street. Hi everybody. I'm usually in my room streaming with Jackson and Thomas, but here I am in wonderful Barcelona, Spain. I'm Kirk. I'm the senior community manager for education, social impact, and I do weird poses like this and make things awkward.
Often.
I think one stream you said I have unhinged energy.
Sometimes you do.
Yeah, it'll get weird.
I don't think that's incorrect.
Yeah, and I am from North Carolina. Shout outs to Cary, North Carolina. Whoever was in chat, Charlotte, you're only 2 hours from me. And then
That was Pixel Boy.
Oh, nice.
In North Carolina.
Yeah, and then South Virginia. Shout outs to Richmond, Virginia, RVA Game Jams. And I'm wearing my Oak City Indie game shirt.
That's a great shirt.
We should have
Thank you.
matched. I packed
Oh,
mine.
you have? Yeah, I gifted you one.
Yeah.
So hello to the world, and thank you for tuning in. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you
very
for
much,
having
Kirk.
us.
We're going to swing things over here to Thomas and give us a little bit of a background.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tom or Thomas. You can pick. I work on the advocacy team, specializing in education. So I focus on universities, high schools, nonprofits. Yeah, I'm a Unity dev and
How long have you been here now?
full time, 3 years.
Whoa.
Did a bunch of contract work before that, which was super fun.
Very cool.
Yeah, hi. I'm from
Thank
Utah,
you.
I guess, if you want to know.
Sure, absolutely.
I
I
don't
want
know.
to know. It's great to have
a
you,
desert.
Thomas. If you guys have tuned in to previous live streams, you may recognize these two faces. They have been great in spreading knowledge. I've talked about this maybe for the first time publicly, but the way that I want to structure live streams is a bit of a triangle that we swing around through, either informing, inform, educate, entertain. Any of those three, as long as we're hitting those goals, we're doing it well. So you guys have crushed the education side of things, and I really appreciate it. While I have you, to put you on the spot,
Yep.
if you don't know answers, that's totally okay. But Subhari Srinivas, definitely nailed that first try, asking, is there any structured courses on DOTS from an educational perspective? Is there anything we can direct them to?
So there's not heavily structured pathways tied to DOTS yet. There is content on Learn called Introduction to DOTS, I think is the title of the course. But if you go to learn.unity.com, search for DOTS, there is a getting started with DOTS. And we actually did a live stream before you joined, Jackson, in
Right before.
March. We as part of the boot camps where we worked through that introductory content live. The cool thing is there was an entire DOTS month or boot camp in March, and I believe that webpage is still active where we did webinars, there were workshops, I believe it was Mike Geig and some of the DOTS team diving in. So they actually built out like a game over like 4 to 5 hours. So yes, structured path, no. Courses on DOTS, yes.
Yeah.
I would say if you are not if you are very early in your programming career, you might want just make sure your object-oriented fundamentals, make sure those fundies are nice and locked.
Get those fundies.
Get those fundies because it is a very different thought process and paradigm for development. So as some anecdotal story about DOTS, my first interaction with DOTS was about 2 years into being a C# developer, and I went to a week-long boot camp
I remember this.
with DOTS version 0.5, I think. It was very early. And it was the hardest coding week of my life because there were just so many fundies that I didn't have locked in. I'm going to use that word.
Is that a
That's the
term,
word
or
of
did
the
you
day.
create that today?
It's a fighting game.
It's
thing.
okay.
When you're in
but
Street Fighter, you want to have your footsies
you gotta have
right.
your foots, you gotta have your
make-
fundamentals.
yeah,
But
You guys are speaking a whole other language
because
right now.
because I didn't have those locked in like I probably should have, or it was newer into my career. I was still learning. I was still very junior, and I still think I'm very junior. But the mental model and transition was really tough for me at that time. It was also a lot harder at that time. So just take that into consideration. It is a different paradigm, but it is incredible. It is the optimization is wild. and it's
Also,
great.
I will add a shout out and a thought to the change in thought. So shout outs to Turbo Makes Games, like you said.
Johnny's
We'll bring him in.
Johnny's a really
Bring him
great
in.
educator, and he has amazing content. He actually helped us, I believe, with the DOTS bootcamp, right?
I mean, he helped me because I watched all of his videos.
Yeah. And it's funny because we were just on a panel with him too, and I asked, so full disclosure, we've been here doing events, and one of the events we're doing was a panel for students to meet creators, and Johnny was in there, Turbo Makes Games, and I asked in general for creators, what are you excited about the most? And I thought it was industry trends or something general. He was like, DOTS. I love ECS. DOTS is cool.
Dots.
Dots.
Yeah, and I can jump on. So definitely watch Turbo Makes Games. And then jumping on the point about it's not just a new way to store your data, optimize your games. Also thinking about it, if you're on the development side and you're starting to look at DOTS and ECS as a solution, sometimes it's not for you, but also sometimes it is. So really take a look at your target platform, your development resources. If it's not in your bag, that's another fighting game term. So
I think that one's more broad.
Oh, that's pretty,
That's pretty
so if it's in
universal.
there for all the kiddos out there, you have your bag of skills, and if if it's not in your team's skill set, thinking about training up and the time frame for that is also part of the calculation. So it's not just about learning the paradigm. It's is this right for your game? Think about your future roadmap and how that's going to cut into your budget, monetarily, temporally, and on your device. Yeah.
Do you know what just happened?
What's up?
One person asked a question.
What's up?
We got 14 minutes of discussion.
Beautiful.
That was crazy.
I know. How did that happen,
We're
right?
here- we're
Time
here- we're
is a
here all day.
construct.
Because we have educational individuals here that care and want to share. We will be talking about Struct. at some point in the very near future,
we got some heat.
mere moments. I do want to address a couple of the conversations happening right now. People asking about ebooks, learning materials, those types of things. We actually will be at the end of today's show joined by, is it today or tomorrow? I think the end of tomorrow's show. Thomas, not different Thomas.
No,
other Thomas.
Way smarter Thomas.
Who's coming in to literally just talk about ebooks, telling about
Yeah.
how to distribute them, how to access them, how to create them, those types of things. So if you want some more information, that's an option.
wait.
Otherwise, quick Googlers.
Let's
What's up?
shout it out right now. I just went on the Unity website. So if you go on the Unity website and you look at the tab, and we have products, solutions, resources. So I believe it is within resources, and they'll have use cases, and they have ebooks. Shout outs to the ebooks team. I actually have some on my phone.
For real, me too.
To just if I'm in the airport, and I think there was one about it wasn't development, it was design. It was like something, I forgot what kind of design. It was a design ebook, and I'm like, I could read this because I'm boring and I don't like fiction. So I will have ebooks on my phone because I'm a weird person and I just want to read a Unity ebook.
So much self-deprecation
right?
happening.
Today I learned Kirk doesn't like fiction.
Doesn't like fiction, but also is a big fantasy, loves magic cards.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I can't.
weird.
I was
You know.
playing Magic the Gathering with you till way past my bedtime.
Yeah.
Magic's
win.
not fiction. That's real.
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 That's so real.
That's
real.
real.
Chat, can you tell me if magic is real and
magic
answer
real?
in the chat? And
Now,
then if-
what I would love to hear from our community watching right now is which magic do you prefer? MTG, Magic the Gathering cards, or close-up magic? That's my curiosity.
we have a
Illusion.
magician here at Unite.
Yeah,
who's
Carl's here.
we have a former Unity developer
Magician.
and
Carl Flamingo, baby.
Domingo.
Flamingo is his magician
That's a
name.
magician
Yeah,
name.
yeah.
And he's an amazing magician, and just shouting him out because he is also, if you're on learn.unity.com, he's on,
on there?
Create with Code. He's our main guy doing all the teaching. So yeah,
There's already been great responses.
let's hear it.
I want to say hey to developer Bonnie tuning in, as well as MD Sittin on Twitch. MD calling out MTG. Queslot on Twitch says a Magic the Gathering close-up magic trick, of course.
Well, yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
Wait, someone put the camera.
Layers.
I'm
and
gonna
then
perform one right now. You
Developer Bonnie says magic isn't real. I will say this:
We'll let it go.
at my last Halloween, which is my favorite time of year, I went
time
to
of
a
year.
Halloween party and they brought in a magician, and I sat for 30 minutes just having my mind blown constantly. And I think people thought it was a bit that I was acting up, but I was just blown away. I was having so much fun. So we will dive into Muse. We've got it slightly pulled up, but before we do that, I just want to ask you guys, we're bringing people a taste of Unite. How has your event been so far? What's something that stands out?
first.
It's been great. Reconnecting with developers, friends, colleagues has been really, really, really cool. And then, you might think that working at Unity, you are constantly in the know of everything happening at the company. That is not the case.
Not even close.
Not even close, right? And even in advocacy, right? You get very hyper-focused on whatever project you're on now. So for me, it's been education sessions at Unite, education sessions at Unite, student mixer at Unite, education sessions at Unite. So first of all, the student mixer we did at University of Barcelona was amazing. We had almost 100 students in the room. We had our whole community team show up, which was amazing. We had VPs there,
Yep.
Major Nelson or Larry. I'm still not sure how to refer to
Whatever
him.
you want. I think he's fine with it.
I grew up calling him Major. Anyway, him being there and just giving students career advice, reviewing their portfolios, playing their games was definitely a highlight.
We actually talked about it with Manuel a little bit as well.
Yeah.
And then I saw one of the students at the mixer last night, so I was able to connect with them. They grabbed me on
He
LinkedIn.
did
I was
so
like,
many
smart.
resume reviews.
Yeah.
15.
He was reviewing 15
Whoa.
resumes
And portfolios, yeah.
Yeah, giving students that was really powerful. But to go back to the you might think you know everything that's going on with Unity, you don't. And so for me, this is also really, really great time to see what all the other pieces of the business are working on and just catch up. Most of that keynote was new for me.
Yeah.
That was exciting.
Yeah.
I like APVs. I think they're cool as hell. Can I say cool as hell?
You can say that. Yeah, I was gonna say you can say whatever you want, but
Nah,
that's
don't,
just
don't give me that
empirically
power.
false.
Don't you put that evil on me, Jackson.
We
We're on
won't
the
let that
internet.
happen.
It's a dangerous.
Kirk, what about you? What's something that stood out as a
I'll
key
get-
memory or moment?
It just happened, and I know you and Manu just had like a pretty tight conversation about like AI, and I saw the chat. It was kind of like, but I'm gonna get into it just a little bit, but then chat, just take it back up. And I will say, so I'm also one of the community managers, right, with Jackson.
Yeah.
And I just got out of the community roundtable.
How was that?
And that was amazing because Matt, our CEO, stopped by and started talking to our MVPs, our insiders.
How much of this are we allowed to talk about?
I think we could say that the community roundtable is happening.
I think we can say it exists, but in terms of content there, let's proceed with caution. Sorry, I
Oh,
didn't mean
no,
to interrupt.
sorry.
I just
Don't
got
worry about
nervous.
it.
Go ahead.
Well,
I got nervous.
Sorry, no, you're good. I'll own it if anyone's watching in the future. And I'm just like, you're not supposed to say that. What I want to say, and chat, like, just don't go too deep, but take me for my word. Like,
Chat be chill.
Yeah, chat be chill. Cool. My highlight is just when I'm a Unity user too. Like I am a developer.
Yep.
I'm a fan of the software. I've been making games for like 10 plus years now, and I was mad too when all that stuff happened. But then I felt good out of that roundtable, and like it just feels like we're on the right path. So that was my highlight. Was like getting to meet. Like you said, you don't know everyone at Unity.
Yeah.
And then it just like that kind of moment where like people are being listened to and you're in that room, like it just felt really good. So I think there's, to the internet world, and sorry, I'll own it again to the Unity bigwigs if I get in trouble for saying this, but like we're gonna be good, and like
Vibes
people
feel
are
good.
listening. Yeah, people are listening. So
Oh,
yeah.
you're fine about saying that. You made me nervous, and then you were like, "We good," and I was like,
then-
"Oh, great, that's great."
And
And then I get into like my magic
And
dice.
then magic is actually real.
Yeah.
There was a dragon outside.
So I want you to pull up Struct. I know I said Muse earlier. That was wrong.
Yeah.
Thank you for being patient with me so that I could discover my own error.
Yes.
You're going to pull this up. We're going to dive into it, but we're going to keep the conversation going. So Freeman, if we're able to go into screen share mode, we can swing over
Wait, not
to
yet.
action.
Let's go to Unity Play. I had the pitch in my
He's
mind.
got a
You
whole
got a
pitch.
pitch.
Hold
I
on.
got a whole pitch.
This is meant to be the
So
most casual thing, and you bring in a pitch.
This is actually it's casual, but it was never spoken in the keynote. It's actually something that it has been in the wild
For a while.
but we haven't talked about it. And for anyone in chat who's watching the live stream, this is a super extra special treat because it is something we've been working on for so long.
Yep.
There's that common saying with Unity, world is better with more creators. And me and Thomas and Jackson are on a team called Ecosystem Growth. And like we really care about every part of the journey
Right.
in a game developer's world. But there's one blind spot, right? Unity is hard to use. Like you got to code.
Yeah.
What is dots even, right? And me as a, right, like, but with me and Thomas, and you can chime in here. Like we talk to even middle school teachers, and they're like, I can't teach my kids even like the first day of editors. They'll just go wild. So, there has been awesome things in the games world. I'm not going to name any companies or anything, but like there are very awesome solutions
Yeah.
for making games easily. Unity is really easy to use for some of us, but then even more so, we've made Unity easier to use and easier to show off your games. So when we talked about Struct, now Freeman, if you want, sorry, I'm stealing your thunder. Could
That's
we do-
okay. I disassociated for a moment, so that's great. While we
We've got 7 hours of this to go.
Yeah, you got 7 hours.
Yeah.
Here, we'll carry you on our shoulders. Okay. Yeah. Me and the crew were looking at our laptop, and there is a new product
Yeah.
that we've been working on. Everyone knows about Unity Play.
Everybody.
Chad, tell us for feedback if you've used Unity Play before.
That's
if
our
you've-
question. I want to
if you've
circle
put-
back to Magic later, but for
Yeah,
now,
for now.
have you
Have you used Play,
used
yeah.
Have you used Play?
Unity Play or Struct?
Yeah, and Play has been something that we've used to feature people's games, but also it got old and we wanted to upgrade it. And now we've been mentioning Struct. And one last moment, like I guess at the Apple keynotes, and they're like, and one more thing, like we have now a codeless solution to make your video games. It's called Struct. It's been part of Unity for a little bit now, and shout outs to the Struct team. They've been really hard at work, and we're taking this time in the stream to like introduce it to everyone. Unity Play, like I said, we've been using it to feature all your games, and now with Struct, and Thomas is hovering over that studio link, you can make games in your web browser, and they've also been an app that existed on the iPhone and Android.
Still do.
Still do. you could take games, make them with no code, and then put it to Unity Play, and then down the line, if you're like, man, I love making my games in Struct, I could put it into Unity. So codeless game development, we've never done this before, and it's to acknowledge like it's hard to learn how to make games, but then also like there's that
part of the journey.
It's part of the journey. Yeah, sorry, I went off, but I was like thinking about it, and I'm so freaking excited about it. So
Can we get you to hit F11 to make this full screen and as beautiful as possible?
hey, alt F4, please.
No.
Yeah, can I put- do you want me to-
Don't F12 again.
F12? F12?
For the Magic players, you want to F6 real quick?
But
I actually
the
did it.
feedback we've got
F11 is
from
not
people,
working.
developer Bonnie, have you clicked into the window? I don't know.
That's right. I know where the button is on Chrome. I'll
You got
just
this.
Do it this way.
Developer Bonnie saying, I've never used Unity Play. A number of people on the Twitch side as well. Liz Kimber, Unity Coder, MD Sitten, Ryron. That's probably not right. Mostly saying never heard of it, never looked at it, never seen it. So this is a really cool opportunity to showcase a tool that's an entry point to people like me.
Yeah.
Who don't have a ton of coding experience and stuff. This would be a great tool.
And a little bit of history for you too. Like Play has been around, and Play is a WebGL hosting solution where you can throw your game up. You have a profile. People can screen cap stuff. They can comment. They can discuss. And so now the Struct team has pulled in, and now we also have Play Studio. So if we jump to the Studio tab,
We're about to teach.
we're gonna watch this thing load.
We're about to teach. We just got into teacher mode.
So it's gonna load us into this. We gotta watch Struct Studio from Unity boot up.
Just
Now, can't I do this without signing in, or do I have to?
yeah,
sign
you
in?
don't.
I
you
think I
don't
just have to accept that I'm.
accept. Just say you're like 90.
I don't want to be a negative Nancy over here, but I really wish the D in struct was a T. You know what I mean? Structed. So it's just, it's hitting it hits my brain in a weird way.
That's fair.
Product team, if you see this in the future, tell us.
Tell us. Let us know.
Let us know in the chat.
All right.
Nebulae says, I use Unity Play much. Very excited for the changes coming to coding in Unity. It's great. Very convenient for the Unity Learn.
So we're in. We don't have it tied to our Unity ID, but we are 90 years old, and we are making a game.
Yeah.
Collectively, we are past
in
90.
Unity right now, by the way. So
Yeah.
this is all on Unity Play on
the web browser.
in a web
yeah.
browser.
This is
running in Chrome.
Yeah, this is magic.
So should we start with a little blank project?
Yeah,
a
go
little
ahead.
Blanky project?
Do it.
All right.
Yeah.
So I'll hit blank project. It's going to load us up and drop us into the editor. And away we go.
All right, we have a blank screen. So when we're in the Unity editor, we're really used to like, what do we do with the skybox? Do we add a cube? Do we just? It takes a while to like write your character controllers, collisions, getting assets, right?
Yeah.
So the one power, if you hit the plus button.
I can do that.
Yeah. So one challenge for beginning Unity developers is like, where do I get cool stuff? Shout outs to the asset store. Shout outs to the Learn team for making awesome content. If you're using Struct in your web browser, you have thousands of 3D assets pre-configured to play in your game. Some of these are like set dressings, but some of them are also interactable, which we'll get into in a little bit. So like some are like finish lines, some are like collectibles. But yeah, if you want to look up, so the demo I remember, say parkour, search parkour. Let's make a parkour game.
So where is my search bar? I'm going to be honest, y'all. We're going to be a little slow in movement, only because the TV is about 15 feet away.
Also, we never rehearsed this. This is live on.
Yeah, we're making this up, and Kirk and I probably have two different plans.
Parkour. Yeah, perfect. And you see, like, it's even themed. So you want to make like an adventure game. There's like a 4-part. It's I'm not gonna say the actual game, but it's Elden Ring. 4 episodes worth. So you can make an adventure game. And you see like Thomas just went into the editor, dropped down a predefined assets, already textured. We can like copy and paste, make the put in an alligator. Let's put in a
little alligator?
Yeah, let's put in a character.
Let me get my rainbow arches real quick.
Okay, cool.
Chad, I need you guys to name this alligator.
Yeah, please name this alligator. Cool. And
what a cutie. All right, let's drop this butt in.
Pasquetta on YouTube saying next step, exporter from Struct into Unity.
We're gonna get there in just a second.
So, but hold on, I want to point out that I believe that is functionality that already exists.
That is something that is
exactly
it exists, and we're taking feedback on it too because it's new tech. Hey, just hit play.
You want me to just hit play?
Yeah, let's just do it.
Yeah, let's just do it.
Let's do it.
So we have a parkour alligator.
Shazam. WASD.
Yo, look at this. All right.
4 minutes.
And
this exists.
Yeah. And in real time, like we're chatting, just chilling, but like Full. Hold on, I'm doing the mouse pad.
Oh, but no, I can't see my rainbows. Okay.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, so we have a full character controller,
You're making me
camera
miss the
rig.
rainbows, Kirk.
Yeah, we have a walk cycle, and a lot of the characters are already preset like that. And it's really powerful. That takes like maybe 20 minutes. And
Did
this takes
this
like
alligator wave at me from my island? It did.
Oh,
Oh
wait,
my
that's so cute.
goodness.
Right? Okay, now let's hit stop. And I think, let's see.
I have to escape. Yeah. I
Yeah.
have to escape to
You
get
have to
out the
escape.
game view and then hit the stop button.
Yeah.
Right?
All right, let's do something. This is going to be, so did it stop?
Oh, it clicked me in again.
This is part of the game development journey, folks. We're going to leave this unedited because we're like just.
Man, doing.
I think it's the setup in the streaming room too, because not to y'all. No,
no,
there we
You're
go.
throwing shade at the
No
stream
shade,
right now?
no shade, no shade. All love. Yeah, hit it.
Oh, let me end the game.
Or hit P. Boink.
Perfect.
There you go.
Go.
Sorry.
Done.
Perfect.
All right,
While you do,
Yeah.
we've got Ollie in the Twitch chat asking, is this targeting beginner or experienced engineers?
Beginner.
Beginner for sure.
Absolutely beginner.
Now, I do see an opportunity should the export process be changing, and we'll talk about that. But as a rapid prototyping tool,
Yeah.
you got plans? Can I do something? Really
Oh,
quick?
yeah.
I have an idea for part
We're
of the
so
demo.
excited to play.
Yeah, I want to show you something of the demo. So, like, the thing I also love about this is like things I'm bad at as a developer. Terrain. I am an awful terrain person.
Terrain's been a hot topic
Yeah.
I've seen in the chats during the keynote, etc.
But I do really, really enjoy the fact that I can hit this and I can start playing with terrain and themes right away. So let's actually throw a theme on, and we're about to get some music going. So I'm going to do this right here.
There we go. And while you're talking,
Ooh, that's
and, like,
very bright. I don't want that.
So Lurking Ninja in YouTube chat said, I'm not gonna say but I see Unity got jealous of blah blah blah. Hope it won't. But to shout out those tools, like us at Unity, we look up to everyone in the industry who are making game development that much more accessible, right? So in that sense, like this is all we care about.
Yep.
So like as long as people can just jump in and look how excited, like I'm trying to grab the keyboard from Thomas just so I can put stuff into.
Oh, speaking of skyboxes, we're gonna change that a little bit.
That's kind of from inside to y'all as a peek in from user feedback and just like research. We really specialize at Unity for developer enablement, but we don't play a lot. We do play a lot. But there's
we're playing more.
We got to play more. So this is like
So-
a very awesome, like
So
bridge to that.
just to give some folks on what I just did, I just went over to the terrain segment, hit the water, and I just raised the water level. Because if we're gonna have a cute little gator running around,
Yeah, we
it's
got the water
going to
shaders
be in
ready.
an island, right? So, but from there, I can start messing with my terrain pretty quickly, and I can raise. So now that I have water, I can just use the terrain tool to raise terrain.
Ooh, let's make an island.
We'll make a little island to pop out.
I feel like who's the guy with the big fro who
so
paints?
quickly. Bob Ross.
All right, this Thomas Winkley is now the Bob Ross of game.
Well, that
development.
was a concept that I have in my head for a live stream, that we bring on a technical artist and encourage everyone to play along and just step by step with everybody.
Can I say someone on stream?
Can it be
Ben
the-
Cloward.
Okay.
Ben's
So
great.
Ben Cloward is one of our technical artists on the URP team, I believe.
He's a wizard.
Also, go to his YouTube channel because then you'll be a shader god after you watch everything on. So he makes his own educational content.
Yeah.
And he's amazing. And if you want to do like a Bob Ross painting like session, like
That's the way.
Hi Ben, if you're watching.
Ben's
or if you-
definitely 100% watching us
like,
right now.
Yeah, for sure.
I want to give you guys a clock. You've got about 7 to 10 minutes
Okay, I'm
to
gonna put it in-
build the coolest possible thing you could
What's that
possibly
mission,
ever
Kirk?
build.
What are we doing?
Let's put a dinosaur in there.
Yeah, I was in the same. Yep.
Great. That's great.
Put a
So this dinosaur is going to go over here. And then we can look. And I think there's some behaviors we can configure with the dinosaur.
Yeah.
My vision is terrible. What does it say on the right here?
Health and damage,
Okay,
stats,
stats.
behavior. Oh, you could set it, so click behavior. You could set it to just static. You can get them to interact with it through attacking, I
Yep.
think, and then other behavior. We can't, our
This
TV
is
is, again, it's
incredibly
very
in-depth.
far away.
Yep.
But again, a lot of things that are prefabbed for you, things that would take a little bit to develop in
Stego as
Unity,
well.
and you have that all prefabbed and ready to just drop and play.
You know, this, you
And
gotta
then-
put a T-Rex.
got a T-Rex.
Is that
Also,
a gold T-Rex?
can we do something too? Let's make it multiplayer.
Yes, you're gonna have to tell me how to do that.
Okay, really easy.
And you have to do it in 5 minutes or less.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
I'm gonna throw an objective in here really quick.
Sure, do
this
it.
is the egg. If we get the egg, we win the game. Okay,
Okay,
so where's
cool.
my multiplayer button? Do I
Okay,
just
no.
drag another
There's
player?
no ready. So yeah, so click the alligator.
Where's our game?
We're gonna have multiple alligator. Yeah, right there. And then copy and paste it.
Okay, so I'm going to use the duplicate tool because
Yeah. Awesome. Just do like 2 more. Cool.
Okay.
And then one more.
Okay, another one.
Yep. And then it's as easy as if you're going and leave it highlighted. So above like health and damage, stats, etc. There's like a controller symbol. Yep, where your mouse was.
There?
Click that. So that toggles whether an object in
whether
your
it's
game
human
is
or
player and
NPC.
NPC.
Okay.
And it's gonna be cool when we
Cool.
build it. So and then do the other alligator. And let's just build this for time's sake because we're gonna.
Yeah, we're running out of time. All right.
So hit that and then hit publish.
Which button is that?
The L, hit L. So now what we're gonna do is
Hotkeys.
we're gonna publish it on Unity Play.
Yeah.
Super fast. So if you hit the camera button, you can go back to the scene.
Camera button here.
Oh, sorry, in the picture. Perfect. You could take a screenshot and it'll be like the cover. So maybe like where the alligator they're like floating in the.
I sure hope they have gravity. Also worth noting, the hotkeys are the same as Unity, so you can use like WASD for movement.
Yeah.
If you need to float.
Yeah. Also worth while you do that, alternative in the YouTube chat saying, "Is this brand new UI? This is a different tool. If you are joining us late,
Yeah.
this might be a little confusing.
All right,
this is
where
called
do I grab my
Struct,
screen grab?
available on web with a lot of very simplistic
Yeah.
tools, streamlined, very very
It's
interesting.
on play.unity.com, and the Struct team is working to integrate the UI so that it tightly mirrors the Unity editor. So that's also in the roadmap for the person that's
All right, I
actually.
framed my photo. What now? Tell me. Guide me,
Hit
Kirk.
is there the camera button? Where do we take the picture? That one? Yeah. Ta-da! And then just name it really fast. So now we have like, something that'll catch someone's attention. And then
Where's my title up here?
right there. I hope it doesn't like ask us to sign up for an account.
Alligator. I think it will because you have to publish.
Just like click it and then.
Unity Coder is saying this is cool and should be advertised more. Great for jams, schools, installing editors. Someone else,
Okay, published.
Aztec
Nice.
Game is also
Published.
saying it is
All
actually
right, go
useful
back to the homepage.
for game designers and level designers that don't need to learn code to
Yes.
visualize prototypes.
So
Yeah.
a lot of teachers, they use this for quick prototype. Okay, so go back to the play. I guess Control L. Oh, see there? Up, go to Unity Play.
and I'm glad you're working
then
on this
scroll
because
down, all the way
Jan
down.
is saying, is there cross
Recently uploaded games. Wait, what's the question?
is there cross interaction between this and Unity, which I believe
Yes.
we're getting close
Oh,
to.
sorry, it's in the recently. All the way down. All the way down.
I'm all the way down.
Oh, see all uploaded games. Our thing should be there.
There it is, Alligator Alley.
Alligator Alley, baby.
Oh, number 2. See, and people have been posting games
Yeah.
before us.
So if we hit this,
So
Yeah.
between the time you guys exported and the 30
Two more
seconds
games,
later,
yeah.
2
Yeah.
other people made this.
so
Yeah.
we hit play, and we've got a 3-player alligator adventure.
Oh, with a menu we didn't
With a
even
menu
have to
we didn't
have
build.
make,
It's
and
going to
then
load us in, create
create
a
a
game
where-
world.
It's gonna make you choose. Look at this.
Which player do I want to be?
Look how you are with
I'm
stats.
alligator number 2.
This is actually
Wait.
pretty nuts.
Yeah, chat-
In like a 15-minute
Yeah.
sneak peek of this,
Yeah.
what you guys were able to create was crazy.
Just run towards one of the alligators. I think the dinosaur is like attacking.
I think. Oh no! Oh lordy!
Oh no!
Now remember,
there's a
chat,
stego. Don't forget the
just a
stego.
reminder too. This is a beginner tool. Don't expect like HDRP level graphics. State of the art AI. This is just to get people inside and playing.
Oh my goodness.
Also, magic
So-
is not real. Look,
Yeah,
here's a
magic is
T-Rex.
real, yeah.
He's just hanging out, doing T-Rex stuff. Let's
I think
see
it
he-
attacks you if
I
you
think
get
he's
really
Sleeping.
attacking.
Oh, we
he's
made
sleeping.
it.
Yeah, we
These are
made him
peaceful.
docile.
Wait, just go back. Just let him face the camera and let
He's
him
a
wave
na-
at us. That's so cool.
Oh, yeah, the cute little wave is
Oh, maybe take
The
ridiculous.
wave from the alligator?
Run, stop.
Stop.
Where's his
Play.
wave?
Okay.
Let's run and let's
So-
get the egg. I want to show one more thing. So we
Oh, we got the egg.
The
Yep.
egg is the objective. So
Yep.
when we grab the egg,
We win.
We win.
And you
So
set that in
we dropped
30
it.
seconds.
Yeah, and the egg is an
Yeah.
objective. So you can start putting different layers and pieces
We have a
together.
win
Takes us back to the load screen,
Yeah.
and here we go.
Yeah, and then,
Incredible.
to go back, so let's go back to play.unit. So 2 more shout outs. So one is the exporter that people were asking about.
Yeah.
So
That's this right here.
So if
Yep.
they wanted to make a base level for something and then bring it over to
Yes.
Unity, that's something
Yeah.
they're able to do.
yes, and follow the instructions. We are still working on that process, so feedback is open. And then if you go back to Unity Play, just main page, the lovely Struct team, and then go down to showcases.
Oh, that's right. There's a showcase right
so,
now.
Oh, you just passed it. Perfect. And then click launch. There is a Unity Play launch showcase. So
That's so cool.
Yes.
It has started already, but there's many days left. It ends in
71? Yeah.
yeah. And
Hop
if you-
in there and submit your game. That's
yeah,
awesome.
And there's prizes. If you scroll down, I believe it's like thousands of dollars in assets. So
Sorry, I'm giggling at chat. Chat always cracks me up.
did
Ludia
chat
says, game of the year.
game of the year. Ship
Listen.
it.
Alligator Alley's going viral, baby.
Someone also saying this works on mobile via browser.
Yes.
I haven't tried it on mobile via browser, but there is a mobile app for it. You can
Gotcha.
download and install.
So maybe
Yeah.
not through browser.
But definitely try it on like your iPad or something.
see what
Thomas.
happens.
Yeah.
Worth a shot.
Before we change gears here, we have to name the alligator, and we have suggestions from the chat. I'm going to let you two lovely gentlemen
it.
pick
Let's
it.
do it.
Intended pun suggests Dalton. We also have from Drake Dave. Nebula Studios suggests Peter. Jan suggests Ali. Bull went Sim mascot. And I think there's been a couple other, but those are the ones that stand out at the top here.
I'm biased because my dog's name is Winston. What
Okay.
an old man name, and Dalton just seems very.
Dalton's a good vibe.
Dalton's a good gator.
Yeah,
gator
so
name.
that's there's 3 of them. So there's one Dalton. And
Yeah.
then what are the other names? Any other cool names?
Dalton, Dave, and Peter. I think.
Oh yeah, we had three gators.
Yeah, 3
they're
gators.
The alley
like
trio.
the 3 gators
Great.
right here.
Yeah, we sure are. We also have shout out to Too Much Tomato in chat here saying nice shirt, Kirk.
Hey.
Alligator from Liz Kimber.
Alligator.
Gator.
Yeah.
Pretty legit.
That's the shadier cousin of the gator that
Actually,
made some poor life choices.
President Zaddy said the same thing. Ali, but A-L-E-E.
Does
Yeah.
it gonna find crocodiles? Like how do they beef? Is that a
What, that they fight? Alligators and crocs?
does alligator get in the
Do
fights? with-
alligators wear Crocs?
I would be disappointed.
And on that note, it's time for us to transition
I told you there was unhinged energy in here.
into our next segment. A massive thank you to both Kirk and Thomas for joining us, taking a moment out of your busy schedule here at Unite 2024 in Barcelona to spend some
Sí.
time sharing your experience
Gracias.
and showcasing Struct and Unity Play, which are both very cool, accessible opportunities
Bye,
for
Internet.
everybody.
We'll see you in the next stream.
We will most certainly see you again on a stream in the future. I know that we have some in the works, so you'll see these two faces again soon. But again, thank you guys very much. Bye. Enjoy the rest of your time. And we are going to change gears with that. If this is, you guys have stumbled in here in the last little while and you're just finding your way in and you're wondering, what is this? What are we seeing? What's happening here? My name is Jackson. I'm one of your community managers responsible for live stream content on both twitch.tv/YouTube and on the official Unity. Wait, did I say twitch.tv/YouTube? /Unity and the official Unity YouTube channel. We are doing live stream content here to give you all a little taste of what is happening at Unite 2024 in Barcelona. So we are bringing a very community-focused approach here. We're going to have casual conversations. If you guys want to ask questions, we will talk about those types of things. You can guide some of this conversation. Bring your friends, hang out and chat. We're bringing a little taste of Unite to you all. Now, that also does not mean that we will be bringing you sessions live here. We're not looking at deep dives. We're going to go over certain topics and discussions, and we will let you know where you can tune in for more information and more details later. For example, we just showcased Struct and Play. Make sure to go and check out those resources, but we have sessions that have been recorded and will be recorded at this event in the next day and a half and will be available to you all on YouTube in the next couple of days. If you have not seen it already, please go and take a look at the keynote. We are frequently posting links to it in the chat, so go and check that out because we announced a lot of very cool things. The next segment that we will be switching to in just a moment here is definitely a unique one. And a little bit of backstory here. Thomas, who you just met a moment ago, is a borderline professional fighting game player. He helps organize and I think commentate at different fighting game tournaments. And as a result, my friend and your soon-to-be friend, Mike, took it personally and said, I want to use this opportunity to challenge Thomas on a live stream to a Unity-created fighting game. And I'll allow you to give it when I introduce you in a moment. I hinted, because we're setting up camis. We hinted. So I went into the archives and found exactly what we needed. So we are bringing together two combatants to face off in a little game called Power Rangers Battle for the Grid. Please welcome back to the show, Thomas, and welcome to the show, Mike. Welcome on in. Mike, we're going to get you right up on your mic. Mike on the mic. And tell us, fill in the backstory here. Where did I go wrong? What details did I omit?
Sure thing. First, I really hope Kurt didn't have COVID because now I'm right up on here.
Right up on it.
But so I feel like it's worth mentioning to the audience that I am awful at fighting games. So it's not like I was like, oh, I'm gonna have a chance to prove something here. I decided that for this camera, for you, the users, the viewers at home, I'm going to let this man beat me very badly in a fighting game. But I'm going to try my best to do a little trash talk. My goal is for none of us to feel good about what happened
Oh,
today.
good.
My goal is for us to all walk away feeling like,
Great.
This wasn't our best effort.
This is what I was hoping for when I planned 7 hours of live streams in 4 weeks. I was like, I hope we get into a segment where people are uncomfortable and sad at the end.
This is gonna be bad. So yeah.
Liz Kimber has dubbed this the Battle of the Beards. Tipsy
Beard battle.
Monk
That's fair,
calling
yeah.
out 2 controllers, 2 beards, 1 massive battle.
Yeah.
So
Beards
it's
enter,
I like
one
the
beard
commentary
leaves.
happening already.
Yeah. No.
Some more context as well. We did specifically pick a game that neither of us have played before. So
Yep.
I have never played Battle for the Grid. Also, I generally play on an arcade stick,
Yep.
'Cause he's pro.
but we're rocking game pads. We're standard issue. So it's
Like
going to be a learning
scrubs.
experience. We're going, pad playing is actually a very valid way to play, and we could go have a whole discussion about
You're
that.
valid,
But
pad players.
it's just not the way I play. So I will also be adapting to a different controller as we battle it out.
Battle of the Throne of Beards claims Janiscu, and I like the commentary happening in chat here. Developer Bonnie calling out Mike getting ready to get beaten up.
Oh, yeah.
And I gotta ask Thomas, for you here as the resident, definitely from time played expert, how are you feeling about this challenge? Are you nervous at all?
I am nervous.
Because you're the only one that has anything to lose.
Well, I also feel like I'm being oversold, right? Like, I'm okay at fighting games, but I am definitely not like, the best in the world by any means. I'm also nervous because, like, this is a tag game, and tag fighting games, not only are you controlling, you're not piloting just one, you're piloting 2, and also this game has a mechanic where you have a Zord, and the Zord can do, like, assist to extend combos.
Yeah.
So there's just weird wrinkles that I think will make the chaos a little more fun.
And Mike, you knew all of these elements about the game as well, right?
I don't know anything of what he just said. I got Mortal Kombat 10 many years ago and immediately lost to everyone I knew.
That's
and went,
great.
Cool. No
I
more
like that
fighting
a
games
lot.
for me. I got old.
So we'll put out the request to Freeman because I think it would also be a good moment here to showcase the character selection screen. So Freeman, if we're able to flip over, perfect. Thank you very
yeah.
much. Thomas, would you say your number 1 most played game is Street Fighter?
Yes, 100%.
So then these top 2 right corner characters here, Mike, we
can't
were
pick
looking
them.
for this.
We can't pick
Oh, I
them.
can't pick
That's
them?
Chun-Li.
That's cheating.
And
All right.
who was the one next to Chun-Li?
So Chun-Li's here, and then
Yeah.
on the left corner, you've got the Ryu Ranger.
Oh,
Crimson
cool.
Hawk Ranger.
I think it's incredibly cool, A, that there is a crossover.
Oh, yeah.
And B, that they made them Power Rangers. So while you set that up, please do not start the game because Ludium just had the best idea ever.
Oh.
We are going to set up a Twitch prediction on who is going to win here.
The channel point battle.
Who will win? We've got Thomas as option 1 and Mike as option 2. I'm going to give you guys 2 minutes to hop over here and vote. You can gamble away your channel points. Thank you very much for that, Ludium, and Tipsy Monk also calling it out. And if you are watching on YouTube and would like to participate, head on over to twitch.tv/Unity. You can create an account in 2 seconds and be able to engage with this very exciting moment.
Asking a clarifying question. So you're saying, which is fair, no Street Fighter characters. I should go other
Actually,
characters.
I was about to maybe flip the script a little bit and say, what if we just went all random?
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Because I don't know who. I mean, I know who these people are because I'm a huge Power Rangers fan.
Right.
So like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna do them dirty today because I'm not gonna do this right. But
That's
so I'm
a-
like, all right, let's just go all randoms.
I'm okay with that.
This is an important thing as well from Ollie calling out who is Thomas and who is Mike.
Oh.
Thomas, raise your
Hi,
hand.
I'm Thomas. I work for Mike on advocacy.
And Mike,
Hello.
over here. There you go. So now
I
you
work
have
for
an
all of you.
educated opportunity to put your channel points on. There's a minute left on this. I'll tell you early on, 19,000 channel points on Thomas,
a lot of pressure.
and a 2,000 on Mike.
Wow,
I know.
I appreciate it.
You're like, wow, I got
I got
two.
any points. That's amazing. I'm so happy.
Too much tomato on the Twitch chat calling out Mike has the Power Rangers lore advantage. So that's helpful for sure. Again, if you are tuning in and you're just hanging out, you just got here, this might be confusing, but at the end of the day, we are hanging out here at Unite. My name's Jackson. I'm one of your content creators, essentially. I'm a community manager responsible for all the live stream content. We are about to go into a head-to-head showdown between two juggernauts of industry, two legends at Unity, trying to... Are you aware of what's happening here? He's getting into game mode.
So I have
took
to.
the hat
He's
off.
getting into
I can't
game
play
mode.
fighting games with the hat on. I'm
There you
sorry.
go.
I have
He's
to put the
not-
wallet, the phone, and the hat.
I'm in trouble.
Uh-oh.
man.
All right. Developer Bonnie calling out, I hope Thomas wins. But again, this is a live stream. If you are watching, you have access to the comments. Hop in here. Let us know that you're here. Let us know what you're excited about. And let us know who you want to win here. The Spriters Resource calling out. Remembering their names is hard. Red, yellow, I think blue. Too many to memorize.
Yeah.
Mike, how many Power Rangers could you name just from memory, you think?
By colors or by like their
Character
character
name.
names? Man, that's a rough one.
Yeah.
I think I can name the original ones, and that's kind of it.
Cool.
But this is a fun fact or fun tip for all of you who might be bored on a weekend night one of these times. Go through and rewatch every Power Rangers season, but only the last episode of every season. You'll have no idea what's happening. It makes it way more fun.
That's actually
all of
pretty
it's
legit.
all the chips on the table.
Just a
epic
master
final
cut?
battles.
Stakes
and
are
that's it.
high?
And you're like, I don't know what's happening, but what is happening?
I like that a lot.
It's a great way to spend an evening.
I like that a lot. So are we doing a best of 3 series here?
I think that's the fair way to go.
I feel like that's
Perfect.
Best of 3, top 8s, or best of 5.
Great.
But yeah, best of 3 is great.
Whatever will take approximately 10 minutes.
I think best of 3 is a good one.
Best of 3 is the way that we're going to go. I'm going to hand the control of the stream over to both of you to use responsibly because this was a built-in bio break for me.
Okay, fair.
So you guys have 10 minutes to fight, trash talk respectfully, but intensely if you can. Also, you're looking at the laptop down here. Is the
Yeah,
monitor not bigger?
Oh, yeah, the monitor is bigger.
Okay. So you
this
guys
one's
have
just
10
right in front
minutes.
of me.
I'll be
Yeah.
back in 2.
Okay.
So behave responsibly and good luck to both of you.
Right on.
May fortune shine on both of you.
Cool.
Appreciate that.
I think we're both leaning on Gravesword.
Because Gravesword has a cool name.
I was like, that's metal.
Yeah, right?
Also, fortune of the or spoils of the coinless.
Yeah,
like, that's a
right?
metal. Yeah, that's my
like,
Zord.
you know, SPD emergency, yeah, but spoils of the goods. I don't actually know what any of the buttons do, but let's just go with Random Arena. Let's just do
Let's
this
do it.
thing.
Okay.
All right.
I also don't know the button layout, but we're gonna learn live.
And, you know, originally I said let's look at the moves list, but let's not.
You don't want it? You
No,
want it? We
let's
can
just
pull it up. Okay.
No,
All
let's
right.
just do this thing. You all get to see who are Steam friends of mine and what they're playing.
What-
Oh, you're a lot bigger than me. All right, let's bring this thing.
All right.
Okay,
I got
that's
dashes.
kick. There was such good trash talk.
Muted.
Is it back?
I don't know. We may be back. Please
All right.
let me know. We back. All right. So you guys missed some really good commentary, both from myself and from our contestants.
Yeah.
Thank you for your patience. Thank you for cheering on. We did indeed get a mic upset in round 1.
Yeah.
We're going to turn our
think we
attention
call it
there.
there.
Round
I'm
2.
just
He just walks away.
Also, can I call out in just a moment? Did You Know Gaming is here, and I have fond memories of watching content from Did You Know Gaming back in like university. So thank you for hanging out. That's really, really exciting. You can't see me; I'm off screen, but that's fine. Again, thank you to everybody for tuning in. Chat blew up during that fight, so I don't know what
we
you guys
couldn't
were
see it. We're
doing.
so- we were talking
I
about-
know
We
you
were-
guys were focused.
we were
That's what I'm
actually just
here for.
pretending
That's
to
why
talk
I'm
and-
back.
and moving our mouths without saying anything, and that's why it sounded like
Too much tomato calls out that was a mic drop. Shout out to everybody for letting us know that we had some issues.
I
Thank you
channeled
guys
all the
very,
mic into
very
the
much.
mic, and that's why there was no more
It was
audio.
there.
That's
Yeah.
what happened. Too many mics.
many
Too much
mics.
mic.
Yeah.
All right, you
So that's round 1 of a
Rematching or
best of
re-editing team?
3.
Your call.
I'm fine keeping my team.
All right, yeah. I mean, I feel like we vibe.
All right, so we got 2 more, potentially 2 more. This could be over right now. Freeman, are we able to flip back to screen share game mode? Perfection.
Let's go.
Perfection. Guys, yeah, Drakei saying we were imagining insane commentary. Just just picture the most nuts things, but also brand appropriate things.
Be as wild as you want, just as long as it's brand appropriate.
Yeah, you know.
So for mine, who's Pink Ranger right
I
now?
am.
Mike is with the
And
bow.
I'm just
Mike, you're doing a lot of bowing right now.
Smart.
I'm just all day, every day.
All bow.
But
Get
of
thrown.
course, Thomas
You
closing
threw me
the
on my
gap.
tag. All right, now
Get
I've
thrown,
got.
scrub.
All right,
But the closing the gap brought in to close distance.
Oh no! All right, he's figured this game out. We're in trouble.
okay, I like the assist there.
This is like, and this is a reference very few people are going to perhaps understand, but in Ender's Game, right, the genius
I
protege
figured how to tag- or
said
how to
that
call
he
assists.
needs 3 games to really understand. So I think that's what we're seeing from Thomas right now. By the 3rd game, he's going to have it mastered.
Probably.
Absolutely mastered. President Zaddy calling out a camper tactic here.
Camping is a legitimate tactic.
100%. If you are not hitting buttons on their wake up, you are not playing fighting games, right?
Right. Ludium asking, was this sound terms of service? No.
No.
Something happened, but we're back now, and that's all that matters.
Get thrown.
This guy's really slow.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see how assists work. All right. All right.
Intended pun calling out that perhaps Kimberly seems massively underpowered, but maybe low hits, but massive utility, being able to just shoot bows from across the map.
I think that's where we're at. Yeah.
That's the trade-off, right?
Oh, your super gauge is much higher than mine, but I don't know what
Please be
happened
blocking.
there.
Please be blocking.
Oh, did I
Thank
miss
God.
it?
I
even
don't know what
did.
happened.
I don't know what I did except slow guy goes down, but I'm way. Oh no.
Is it still close? I quite honestly,
I'm
there's
not
too
sure
many
if
health
I'm-
bars.
I don't know how I'm losing or winning at this moment.
Right. There's a lot riding on this.
I'm
Don't
gonna do
forget, there's
that.
at least 22,000 channel points
What
on the
the
line.
scoops? All right.
What the scoops, indeed. What animal would yours Zord be?
Nice. Chupacabra.
Chupacabra. Great answer.
That's right. I'm just saying.
Good, honestly. That's
nice.
good.
Yeah,
That's
wait.
great news.
Oh no.
Let's go, Trini.
That's not Trini.
Isn't Trini the Yellow Ranger?
Well, in the very first season, but that's not the very first season. Trini.
My age is showing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
just
that
gonna-
sword
I'm
from
just-
Goldar is ridiculous. Like that thing
but
actually
it's
scares
not,
me.
It's not helping. Oh no, this one's not going nearly as good as the first
Also,
one.
why does her gun only shoot like 4 feet? Is it a water gun? I don't understand.
Also, did they
Oh,
just bounce
Lord.
off the
Ooh, I
back of the
just crushed your
screen?
head.
yeah, so you can do wall bounces, and that's when you're supposed to do like big combo extensions. But
Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking, hey guys, when's the best time to do big combo extensions? And everyone's like, oh, wall bounces.
oh Lord. Okay. Now I've got the Black Ranger.
Oh no, that might be it for me.
Yeah. Go
Down.
No, but I got one more.
I didn't get you one incoming. Off the wall.
I don't know if this is being picked up on the microphones, but the absolute button mashery happening right now.
Wait, what?
Time expired.
Wait, you're
I'm player one.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, we're tied. We're tied.
Okay. That was
I was getting ready to
very
get my final
close.
form.
That was very close. So we are forced into our third round of our best of 3 for all of the marbles. Thomas and Mike, the showdown for the beard. The loser has to shave. We brought the razors.
That was not on the table.
We are ready to go.
Nope.
High stakes, baby. This is exactly what people were hoping for from Unite 2024
This is it.
content.
This is the whole show.
Third round of 3. Fight.
All right.
Freeman, if we are perfect, you knew you were
Freeman's
on
a
it.
god.
I'm just doing some early zone and just getting
it's
some of
smart.
that damage.
Get
out
some
there.
distance.
Especially with like how slow this dinosaur Zord guy is. Like,
I know.
He's
I just
cool,
need to figure
though.
out some dash to get away.
Oh, I got your tag.
Oh, pinned in the corner. A dangerous
Oh, no,
place for
my big
Mike to
whiff.
be, but a big whiff from Thomas.
Okay, all right, we'll come back. Oh my goodness, the combos.
D
Come on.
Sabbath says whoever wins gets a raise. Loser has to dye their beard blue. Can we get you to agree to that?
That I could probably do.
Okay, deal. After this fight, we will check in with some of our sponsors, but also content later in the show. We're going to be talking about the Made with Unity, the Unity Awards,
Tagging mid combo is a bad idea. I just learned.
as well as talking to the teams behind Phasmophobia and Halibut. Very tonally
You're gonna learn to
different
block
back to
this
back.
eventually, Thomas.
I don't-
I'm helping you.
Yeah, you're training me, right? Yeah.
It's because we're such good colleagues.
Now,
a
since we
mentor.
timed out last, these are longer fighting rounds than any fighting game I've been familiar with in my life. But to be fair, I'm not very.
Yeah. So I think the reason for that too is because these are. Am I pressing?
I don't know.
I was blocking. It's chipped. Oh, chip damage. Okay.
Yeah, Chip. I hate
Yeah,
Chip.
I know those things.
He's an all right guy.
All right. So
Yeah.
chip damage for those that don't play fighting games is like when you're blocking, you still can take damage. It's just
Yeah.
much less. And so if your health can't handle it.
That's what I was going to tell everyone about
Yeah.
chip damage. Yeah, I was feeling that.
Oh, I tried to mix you. Am I away? Am I out? Am I out? Am I out?
Nope.
Nope. I am getting smooshed. You just
Get crushed, son.
hold on. That was so much damage.
This is
Because your head is weak and my grip is strong.
upset. It's not over.
That was my third.
Oh
over.
my goodness. The upset has
Those of you
been
who voted
complete.
for me, you were correct.
To the
I am
2,000 points.
indestructible. Indestructible.
This was an excellent use of time. I'm glad that I said 7 hours of live stream from Unite
don't-
and 20 minutes of it is this
We don't have
fight.
replay, right? I need everybody to
Don't
see
have
how
replay.
much damage that throw from Goldar did. Someone needs to see that and call the
feeling-
devs and fix that. That was insane.
Goldar's one
Call
of
the
the, original
devs.
OGs,
If
man.
only we had access.
Half my health.
So the winner, 16% of channel points were put on you. Only 16%. Mike
like
gets the
that's a
W.
true underdog
That's an
story.
underdog story. I'd like to thank you both for joining us here for such an integral piece of content.
Yeah, and everything's coming up
Thomas,
Millhouse today.
Mike, big day here at Unite 2024.
Oh my
And quite
God.
honestly, in my eyes, like there's games being played on the floor. This type of interaction is happening at Unite. So I'm
right.
glad that we were able to kind of bring some
Hey,
of that
who
spirit to the
suggested
stream.
doing the voting for the winner?
I forget. I called them out
Ludum or
initially.
Ludum or-
Ludium?
Yeah.
Ludium, can we
Yeah.
give him something?
We want to give away a thing to Ludium?
We can do something. Yeah.
So
That's a
Ludium,
good idea.
if you reach out to us, you might not be able to. Let me write it down.
Oh, yeah. We're gonna have to figure that one out. It was just an
I'm
idea.
going to
I don't
write
even know
this
if it's
down.
possible.
I sent it to Freeman only so that I can see it later. You don't even have to do anything with it. Ludium, I'm going to reach out to you on the Twitch DMs. Check it, and we're going to get a mailing address. We're going to send you a deck of this tooltip battle card game. Very cool. Very fun. Thank you both for joining us, for hanging out with us today. I'm very grateful to you both.
Oh
Bye.
man, this was so validating.
We'll
as a
see you
person.
again soon. We'll see you again soon. We did see earlier Stellane Baby Blue calling out Kinetic Games team. Hell yeah. They will be joining us shortly. We are going to try and make up some time here. But before we do that, we're going to dive in to a quick little ad read that I need for you all here. So we've got a little on-screen graphic. I'm excited. Ad reads are fun. In just a moment here. I am here to let you all know that Walmart and Unity have partnered to offer a new monetization service to developers. Immersive commerce allows developers to drive incremental revenue by selling physical products that their players want and need without leaving the game. Learn why some of the biggest, most successful game companies are so interested in working with physical brands. The beta opens soon. Head to walmart.io. Thank you, Walmart. That pays the bills, people. I hope you realize how important that is. But we are going to change gears here in just a moment. We're going to be talking about the Unity Awards, which I think is very, very cool. I have just received word that the person who suggested the prediction, and we were like, wow, let's go above and beyond for our community, which I'm always for, and let's give them free stuff, then said, they messaged me on Slack and they work here. So we'll find another opportunity to give away some free stuff, including some game codes from the team at Phasmophobia in just a little while here. Stick around for your opportunity to win some very, very cool things. And as we set up for our next segment, I'll let those of you know that maybe tuned in a little bit later. My name is Jackson. I'm one of your community managers here, responsible for all your live stream content on twitch.tv/Unity and the official Unity YouTube page. Today and tomorrow, we will be giving you a little taste of Unite 2024 here in Barcelona, an event that pulls people from all over the world. And we want to give you a little taste in the sense that the most important thing for me is connecting with other people here and bringing a sense of community. So we are hoping to give you a little opportunity, a little peek into the event here. We'll talk about different topics on the floor, talk about different teams that are here representing their games, and just bringing you a little bit of fun. This is very casual, very laid back, very lighthearted. I hope that you all are excited for it, and I'm grateful for all of you tuning in. This will not, however, have in-depth deep dives into different sessions and those types of things. Those will be recorded, many of them, and uploaded on YouTube in the near future. So there will be lots of opportunity for you all to get some of that information. There's lots of fun, very fun things. Hey, Nikun J asking, how do you get into Unity Awards? Just me requesting a little bit of patience here, because you sent a message and then 12 seconds scolded me for not reading it. Hey, if you're here and you're watching and you're in the chat, you're going to be able to send us messages. We're going to be able to respond to you. This is a live stream, and we want to hear from you. Hold on one second. Great. Just had to get rid of that person. But again, we want to hear from you if you've got fun and engaging things to say. It doesn't always have to be positive, but it has to be presented respectfully. So thank you for hanging out. Pop into the chat. Let us know what you think. If you have questions for our guests, please let us know. I'm very excited to transition here to our next segment about the Unity Awards. Please welcome to the stream, to the show, a friend of mine and now a friend of yours, Julia. How are you?
I'm doing well.
We're going to get you right up on your microphone. You can feel free to move it around.
Get in there?
Get right up on it like you're trying to take
a
a little bite. You know what I mean? But I'm really excited to be able to chat with you. How's your event been so far?
It's been really, really good.
Right?
Yeah, we announced the Unity Award nominees today. That was a huge moment. It was tons and tons of work. I got to hang out with a bunch of developers on the floor that we brought in to showcase their games. It's been extremely cool.
Yeah.
Although I do have to say, how dare you make me follow that very exciting
I didn't
segment.
know what to expect with that. That was literally, I put that segment in so that I could step away for a minute because I'm live for 4 hours. And I was like, it'll be fine. It's kind of just like a vibe and we'll step away from it and it's fine. But you're right. That was way higher energy than I expected.
There was drama there. There was smack talk. There was beards galore. Like,
Lots
it was
of
really
beard.
something. So,
It was a moment.
Yeah. But I'm here now.
You're here now. You're the focus. You're the star of the show. Can we let people know out there, how long have you been at Unity and what do you do?
So I've been at Unity about 4 years now, and I'm one of the leads on the Made with Unity program.
Yeah.
Not the lead, but one of the leads. What the Made with Unity program is it's really designed to discover people making great Unity games and help amplify and support the work they're doing and see what we can do to show off, the incredible stuff they're doing in the engine.
I do just want to call out that Rain of Jazz in the Twitch chat says Julia's hair is on point.
Thank you so much. I was really worried
Good
about
job.
that.
Yeah.
That's great to hear.
Yeah,
I'll
of
let you know in a
course.
bit.
Ray says hello, Julia, in the YouTube chat as well. So I'm really excited to be able to chat about this because the Unity Awards is what? This is the 16th one?
16.
What's new and different, exciting about 16?
So this year is, for the first time ever, it's a global award. So Korea has had their own Made with Unity Awards before, and there's been other ones globally. This year, we're all coming together for one celebration of all the creators, which means there's more categories, more nominees. I was counting as I was putting the sizzle together, and there was 165 creators.
Whoa.
Being nominated for the awards. So it's really a big, big event. And it's also the first time we're going to be doing a live stream. You're going to be doing a live stream.
I think so. I might be there. I'll be a part of it.
Yeah, on October 23rd, we're going to have a live stream to announce the winners. Previously, it's usually been done around Unite, but we really wanted to have a moment to really celebrate the creators and give them a moment to shine. So October 23rd, we're going to have the winners announced and some other news and updates from our developer community. I think it's going to be really cool.
I think so too. I think it's just such an awesome opportunity and moment to be able to give accolades and attention and respect and put a spotlight on the people that have worked so hard to create games. I think there's a number of different industry related award shows, you know what I mean? But I like that we have our own. I think it's super fun. Aside from everyone being a Unity-made project, what kind of separates this show from any of the other ones? What do we have that's kind of unique that people should come and hang out and see?
That's a great question. I mean, it's the first time we're doing it, but what's going to be different is that, it is an award celebration, and we do have news and updates, and it's really like a moment of celebration for all the incredible creators that we don't get to showcase their work every day. I think it's really special to be able to see so many games and just take that moment to say, the engine isn't much without the people doing incredible stuff in it. Mm-hmm. So I think that combination of news and celebration is going to be really fun.
Yeah, and I know that we had the video announcement as part of the keynote, but I believe we also have it here, so we might just kind of throw it on the background as we chat a little bit, just so that everyone can kind of see some of the names. And I think what's really unique and exciting about Unity, for me, as someone new to the company, been here for 2 months, but being a lifelong gamer, is not really realizing just how many games are built in Unity. And for myself, anecdotally, my favorite two games, my game of the year the last 2 years, happened to be Unity games. So I think it's really, really cool. How much of a gamer are you?
I've been playing games my whole life. So we're a combination of playing and watching. I wouldn't call myself a gamer. I don't want to get grilled by someone in the chat about my in-depth game knowledge, but I've been in the industry for 20 years. I've been working in games, both in development and on the marketing side, promoting games. So games have been around my whole life.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic. I want to bring in another comment here from the Twitch chat. Drace, I've been trying to say this right, and I think I've said it 3 different times, but thank you for calling it out. Says, that's awesome to have. Just some appreciation to all the developers. Just a little fun event. I think, again, you look at the big industry events, the big industry celebrations, and they kind of... And again, this is anecdotal. This is my opinion. This is not a representation of Unity necessarily, but yeah. This is a Jackson original. But they've kind of shifted away from that spotlight moment. They've become less of the focus. And I understand an award show is expensive to put on, and it pays the bills to put all of the ads and marketing and capitalism. Yay! But I think that the focus of these streams being so specific on giving an opportunity to these devs is a really, really important thing. What was the process like of selecting all of our nominees?
So we had a public call for nominations where people could submit the games that they wanted to see nominated. So I think someone had asked before how you get to be nominated. So, the games, the eligibility is usually for 1 year from June 30th of, this year was June 30th, 2023 to July 1st, 2024. If your game was fully released in that window, so early access would be, in the most anticipated category, you can nominate your game. Then we had internal panels of, game experts and, different subject matter experts who would review the nominations and say, okay, these are the ones that, got a ton of nominations or really, really stood out to us as a best-in-class showcase of what the engine is capable of, or the kind of creativity or the impressive things our community can do. So then we narrowed it down to 8 per category that way.
I think that's super cool. How many individual awards are there, kind of total?
23.
Okay.
Yeah, so we have games, asset store, community content, industry. I'm forgetting one.
Oh,
'cause
well,
I'm on the spot.
you don't have to do 20. You don't have to
Yeah.
list 23 of
You know,
them. And they're on
kind of
screen. People are seeing them
education
now.
projects.
I don't know how much of the audio you guys are getting from this video, which honestly probably not a lot because we have to balance our voices as well. You're getting some, but this video is a banger. So I know this was in the keynote, and I know that we've referenced it repeatedly, but if you guys have not seen the keynote from this morning, please go and check it out. There's some very, very cool things. And I said, whoever did our sizzle reel crushed it. Absolutely crushed it.
Big shout out to the brand team. This
right?
was a monumental effort.
Was this internal?
A
This
lot
was our team.
Yeah, I think there's a whole bunch of people
Sure.
who worked out really, really hard on this, and yeah, big shout out to them because it's so incredible to see so many creators in one video all at once. Like, it kind of blew me away when I saw the final version.
I think so too. I think it's awesome. I feel like for me coming in again, I've been here for 2 months at Unity. It doesn't feel like it. I spent more than half that time planning this stream, but I think being able to be a part of something as grand as this in the games industry and have our own award show is just such a really, really fun thing. So I know you guys have been working really hard behind the scenes. A big thank you to you and your team and everyone who's had a hand in this. Is this a thing that is public for people to vote, or is it more industry internal? How does that process happen?
Yeah, so there's a public vote for games, asset store, and community content. Some of the categories are voted internally because there's sometimes not things that are necessarily accessible to everyone, so it wouldn't really feel fair to like put them towards a public vote when people couldn't actually see them for themselves. But those 3 categories you can vote now on unity.com/awards. The sizzle reel's there, so you can check out all the nominees and you can vote for the winners in those categories. And yeah, and then we'll be revealing them on October 23rd.
October 23rd. Put
it
it
on your calendar,
in your
Jackson.
calendar now. Well, it's in my calendar. I have to work it. It's my job. But I'm going to put that link in both our YouTube and Twitch chats to make it super easy for you guys. If you want to have your voice heard, go on over there, check it out, look for your opportunity to shine a spotlight on devs and projects and tools that you guys might love. Did you know gaming on the YouTube channel calling out? It's great to see that tools are getting appreciation with awards often overlooked with players. Were there any categories that are new in this year?
There are.
I know
Trying to
that
remember.
I put you
I
on the
think-
spot.
Yeah, and we've talked about this. My
Yeah.
memory when I'm put on the spot is not
Oh,
great,
you're
but,
right. You did tell me
most
that.
anticipated has been brought back.
Cool.
The Youth Creator Awards is new.
Mm-hmm.
So that's for students from 13 to 18 who are working on like projects in their schools. So
Oh. Nice.
that's really cool to be able to celebrate. Industry, I don't know if we had industry as part of the awards last year, but they're back with 4 categories, which is really cool to see because they work on so much impressive stuff that like
Yeah.
finds its way back into the engine and helps people make better games. So those are the categories that I remember in this moment.
Great,
There
and
we
that's
go.
it. We don't need them all because they have the link. They have them in
That's it.
front of them.
They're all-
But you gave us a little overview, gave us some excellent spotlights. And you know what? I know you've been stressed, but you did it.
I did it.
We're here. We're
Oh
at
my
the
God,
end of
yeah.
it. You crushed it. You gave everybody exactly the information they need. They're informed. They're aware. They're excited. You guys are excited, right? Please tell Julia how excited you are about this because
I
she's
need the
been
validation.
very nervous about this,
That's pretty
and she's
stressed.
done a great job. You've done a great job. I know we had to talk about this. Of course, all caps. Well done, Julia. All caps. You did amazing from the Twitch chat. Nailed it from the Spreaders resource. So,
I am blushing.
see?
Thanks, guys.
It's good though, right? How does it feel
feel
being
good.
at the end here?
I've got a real rush.
Yeah.
Now I understand.
This is why I do it.
Coming for your job, Jackson.
Please. You want to swap?
All right. hot seat.
But lots of excitement on both the YouTube and Twitch chat. Maybe because we demanded that they say it, but you know what? Even if it's
I'll take it.
If we created it, we've done something right.
Yes, I agree. And if I think, you know, in like trying to incite people to tell us what they think, like if there are things that you'd like to see in the awards showcase, you know, just let us know. Write it in the chat. We're still putting it together. It's the first time we're doing this, and we really want to make this something that feels like a real celebration of the Unity community. So, yeah, give us your ideas.
You crushed it.
Thank you.
I'm so proud of you.
So did you.
Only halfway. There's still plenty of time for me to mess it
Oh,
up.
okay.
I only have 2 more hours of this today.
Well, then stay on your toes.
And 3
Jackson.
tomorrow. But I'm excited. I'm here. I'm excited to hang out with the Unity community and talk to very fun, very insightful, very smart guests. So everybody, please, in the chat, say thank you to Julia for being here. Look, you're getting applause in the room.
Oh, thanks, guys.
Yeah. Thank you again for spending some time with us, sharing some insights, and getting people excited about this.
Thanks so much for having me.
Of course. You're free.
Oh my God.
All right, gang, we're going to set up for our next segment as well. And in this moment, I will let you know that my name is Jackson. I'm one of your community managers here at Unity, responsible for your live stream content on both Twitch and YouTube. We are here at Unite 2024 in Barcelona. Now, we understand that that is not necessarily a super approachable event for everyone in the world. Not everyone can fly, travel, spend the time, spend the money to be here. So we wanted to bring a little bit of the community feel to each and every one of you. We want you to feel like you're a little bit a part of this. And the way that we're doing that is a very laid back, casual, communication-based, community-based, conversational approach to these live streams. We're bringing in different guests from the show, from different sessions, from the event in general. We're talking to Unity folk. We are talking to dev studios. We are talking to insiders, and we are sharing a little bit of insight into what this event is all about. We are not, unfortunately, able to give you super in-depth knowledge in terms of what sessions are happening here live at Unite, but we'll give you an idea of what people's experiences have been like here. For me, the number one thing in all of these events is being able to connect everyone and provide an opportunity to experience community and excitement in that sort of thing. So I'm hopeful that you are all able to be here with us, to hang out for as long as you can, and just get a taste of what it's like to be a part of this community. If you are just tuning in, please let us know where in the world you're tuning in from. That's very exciting to me. Again, being able to connect people from all over the world through video games, through the creation of video games, is such a unique opportunity that I'm so grateful to have. So every single one of you tuning in are fulfilling a dream of mine, to be able to connect people from all over the world. And again, we've already seen people from South Africa. Someone's in New Zealand hanging out right now. TJ Mills, shout out to you. Thank you for being here with us. Wherever you guys are tuning in from, whether you're on Twitch or on YouTube, thank you very, very much. Make sure to stick around. We are increasing our presence in the live stream space, so it is my job, my entire job, to bring you guys fun content, whether that's creator spotlights, talking to developers about the projects they're working on and showing you a little bit of the behind the scenes of that process, or different features, different demos, different explanations for things, education tools, those types of things, all incredible opportunities for you to connect with the community. We are usually live once a week. Today and tomorrow, we're doing 2 in a week. So we're going to take next week off because I need to sleep. But then we'll be right back at the beginning of October. And I am excited for October because spooky season is my holiday season. I'm very excited. We've got some very fun spooky related live stream things planned as well. Speaking of spooky things, Freeman, did my transition? Oh, perfect. Speaking of spooky things, please welcome to the show 2 fine individuals from Kinetic Studios here to talk about Phasmophobia. Welcome to the show. How the heck are you? I'm doing well. I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad you guys made time. We'll get you right up on your mics because they're real sensitive. But I'm so grateful to have you here. Can we let people know a little bit about you? Who are you? What do you do on this project? And how long have you worked at the studio?
You start? I'm Corey. People call me CJ. I'm the art director, doing a lot of models, animations, bit of sound, and leading the art team.
Very cool. You should know, and now it makes sense. It didn't before, but Meister Funica in the Twitch chat said, "Where's CJ?" And I was like, I don't know what that is, but now we know. Now we figured it out. And for yourself here.
Hi. My name's Ben Lavender. I'm the senior developer on Phasmophobia, so I do all the codey, typey, make things, do things guy.
You know what? you say it in jest, but at the same time, like I personally really appreciate just like let's simplify here. We're gonna speak to the layman's here.
I
So
make his stuff do things.
there we go.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. And for me, I grew up playing team sports, and to see teams interact in the games industry is a different but so familiar model. How many people are on the team?
Right now, there's 12 of us. So in the last sort of 6 months, there was only about 5 or 6 months ago, but we're rapidly scaling up right now. So we've got like maybe 5 artists now. we're still looking for programmers. So if there's any budding coding guys out there, or
But
girls,
genuinely, and it's not the first
Yeah.
time we've made connections like that. I was sharing a story earlier that we did a live stream showcasing student-made games,
Nice.
and the next week we got an email from one of the teams that said, "Hey, a publisher saw the live stream, saw our game, and reached out, and we're in talks now." So like,
there you go. Magic happens here.
if you guys need a programmer and you guys are watching this, like, wow, I know how to program.
Yeah.
Maybe go take a look. Is there like a posting on the website?
yeah,
There is, yeah.
kineticgames.co.uk/careers. It's all there.
I mean, I am happy to shill that. I've been saying the whole time, I'm like, I'm not a shill. I don't care what you guys do, but that's a level of, that's a thing I want to support for sure.
Nice.
Were you both around for the launch of the game in September 2020?
No, we joined about 9 months in, I think.
Something
So
like that, yeah. I think
Interesting.
We were the first 2 hires.
Okay. How big was the team when it first launched?
Just one guy. DK.
one guy. It
one
was
guy.
one.
Yeah.
I knew it was a small team. I didn't realize that it was one though.
Yeah.
That has been interesting in the last little while as well. I think Unity has seen these really small teams break out with massive hits. I think Lethal Company comes to mind. I believe Inscription was a Unity project as well.
There's the Fox one. I can't remember the title right now.
Tunic?
Yeah.
Was
yeah,
Tunic
Tunic.
a super
Yeah.
small
I
team
think
as
so, it
well?
was as well, yeah.
Interesting. But I think it's so cool to see that. Anecdotally from you guys, do you think that there's anything about Unity specifically that gives more opportunity that aligns better with smaller teams?
I think just like the learning platform, like the Unity Learn website and the documentation for everything, I think is really well laid out. And they're kind of rolling out a new format for everything right now. So it's, it works really, really well for, not having to remember everything all the time.
For me, it's like the community, like the amount of
Oh,
like,
that, yeah.
YouTube and Reddit, and the community is just huge, and everyone loves like helping each other. So
Yeah.
if you can't find anything on the official forums, then there's going to be just some random guy that's probably had the same problem, and then people have helped
Exactly.
them fix it. So
Yeah. I love that you say that. I mean, I'm a community manager. It's my goal. It's my drive to bring people together. But
Yeah.
it is something that's relatively new to me. Previously, I worked 2 years in the games industry as a community manager, and coming to the dev side of it, I didn't really know what to expect. And then kind of hitting the ground running and seeing things like discussions on Unity, and then the Unity Discord page. You're right. Like the level of eagerness to help and support in this ecosystem is so high. Like I go on the Discord and there's people that are like, hey, I was trying to build this tool or this specific thing and I'm stuck. Something's not making sense. And then there's just other people that are just like, oh, have you tried this? Oh, here's a bit of code that I've tried, those types of things. Have you guys kind of experienced and formed that similar bond and willingness to help each other internally? Like what is the team chemistry like for you all?
Yeah, especially on the art side, like there's constant feedback. So any asset that gets made gets like a hefty review. And then if there's like a good way of doing something that I might know that they might not, then I'm happy to show them how to do it. And then I know that yourself
Yeah.
and Dan are very collaborative in their code. So
Yeah, I think even like on the Unity forums and things, there's a lot like since even just learning from a very early stage, like I've learned so much from that kind of thing. And being able to kind of give back to that side of it has been really nice. So there's been a few things that we've kind of figured out in-house that wasn't readily available or couldn't find anything online. And then we figured it out and then we shared it on a post, and it was really nice to kind of contribute to that side of the community and things.
Ah, it makes me
Everyone
happy.
benefits when everyone shares,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
That's it, right? We've kind of talked about this a little bit as well, but there's this, I think, misinterpretation or misunderstanding within the game development community in general that Unity feels they're in competition with other one. We see it. I've seen it today. Unreal is better in chat, and we're like, okay. Like in my perspective, it's very much a what's good for video games is good for us. And if people are making really cool things and using other tools to do it, we're not mad about that. Use what works for you. And if it's Unity and this level of community pulls you in to the tools, that's fantastic to see. On the topic of video games, do you guys have a favorite video game? It's the most difficult question. It feels like as
tough,
gamers,
yeah.
you should just have an answer, but nobody ever does. So
like
I'll
I've got
accept
one.
a favorite.
I feel like I've got one depending on the genre, like a favorite per genre
Great.
or a favorite like from my pastime.
Give me
I
a couple.
guess.
We can go through it through.
So
a
I
few.
guess most recent, Cyberpunk, of course,
Cool.
is insane in so many different levels. I love CD Projekt Red in general. Sort of growing up, I guess the Halo series is, of course, massively influential and impactful in my life. I don't know, like story-based interactive games as well. Like I like that kind of thing. I think I did a lot of the Telltale series games, like the Don't Nod Entertainment, Life is Strange, and that kind of thing. Yeah, just honestly, like I could give you a list for every genre. But
I like it.
playing everything because I like to kind of just absorb. Like, oh, they did like for this type of game, they kind of approached it like this, and I have quite an analytical mind in that sense. So I enjoy kind of thinking how they approach things. I'm a nerd. So
I like that a lot. CJ, what about you? You got any favorites off the top?
Well, it's funny that you say that most people don't have an answer. I do. It's just
do.
Majora's Mask.
Yeah.
And my whole
Quick.
arm is dedicated to that
Whoa! Shout out to video game tattoos. Can I take a look? Can you hold it
game.
up?
Yeah. So I've got like the masks from the game.
Oh,
I've got
yeah.
the moon from the game, and then
That's
the
great.
Class 1 stuff. But I've
That's
never
great stuff.
finished the game, so it's a weird favorite because I've never completed it.
But at the same time, I've heard that from people that are like, I've loved this game. I put in 100 hours. And then I put it down. It's
Yeah, I just
like
love
maybe
the
there's
starting,
something to
yeah.
that, like when you finish it, you know it's done, and
it
just
is
kind of
definitely
having
that.
it open-ended in your mind a little bit.
One day.
don't want to ever
Yeah.
let go of it. If I finish
Yeah,
it,
one
it's
day.
like I've put it away now.
Yeah.
kind
Yeah.
of thing.
Yeah,
I get that.
yeah. That's super interesting to me. So Phasmophobia is prolific. I think I did some searching here on Steam alone. 10 out of 10 rating if you Google it.
Yeah.
Mostly positive, overwhelmingly positive, over 500,000 reviews.
Yeah.
That's just the people who went in and took the time to be like, yes, 10 stars, 10 out of 10, 5
Yeah,
stars.
exactly.
What does it feel like to be a part of something that is so identifiable and iconic in the industry? What does that mean to you?
It's like the best of both worlds. Like it's so scary, no pun intended. Because every update there's like tens of thousands of people that are playing it instantly.
Yeah.
On the flip side, it's amazing because the community is so passionate
Yeah.
and they love everything and they're super positive. We're really lucky with our community. That
Yeah, they're lovely.
Yeah.
We don't get a lot of people that are negative. So
Because the games are very collaborative, I feel like it just kind of encourages that behavior, like encourages people to work together. There's like mild PvP, but only if you think about it a bit too hard.
yeah.
I will share that for myself. I played a ton, especially during October 2020. It
Nice.
kicked off, and I do my own live stream, so I was doing content there. And you say it is a collaborative game, but by golly, did I find a way to make it competitive?
Yeah, people do. Yeah.
But yeah, for yourself, what does it feel like to be part of
Yeah.
something so important?
It's kind of crazy, really. I still remember that first day that we joined, and because it was just DK by himself with this community of what's now nearly 20 million players.
Wow.
I just remember like we both first joined and it was at the top of Discord. You've got like the yellow names for the Kinetic games, and it's like, oh, there's 2 more people. We forgot to shut off our DMs, so we were bombarded with messages, anything
And
from
I
like
broke the Discord. didn't
like,
I?
oh my god, welcome to the team, and like
that level of
I'm so
excitement.
excited. What are you going to bring to the team? Like, yeah, I mean, there's some weird stuff in between, but
And in my naivety, I did at everyone on the Discord. And
Oh,
also
yeah.
there's like 600,000 people in there. And so the whole Discord shut down for like 6
yeah, all the
hours.
bots crashed and was like,
Wow.
I was like, oh, learned my lesson there. Went
Genuinely broke it. That is actually very funny because we have our community management team, and the person who manages our Discord was like, okay, I've given everybody full access now.
Oh.
If any of you tag everyone, that's it for you. You're done. I think you guys touched on something super interesting and super unique that Phasmophobia has, is that you guys have an overwhelmingly positive community. I think in the gaming space, online, as soon as you start interacting with other people, there's such a high risk of such negativity. And like, I worked 2 years on a specific game, and sure, it had PvP elements, but that wasn't the focus of it. But even that, I think just online communities can be very challenging. There is this reputation outside of gamers who understand or think, oh, online gaming is incredibly toxic. What do you think it is about Phasmophobia that has cultivated a more positive space for people?
for me personally, I think it's the scary side of it. Like before Phasmophobia came out, there wasn't a game where you could work together to be scared together, without it being PvP, I guess.
Yeah.
So it just really, really encouraged people to work together, and experiencing that fear together is like a bonding experience, I think.
I also think the vagueness of the game when it first launched, like there wasn't a lot of information around the game, and it was quite deep, and people didn't know how deep it was. So the community had to work together to work everything out.
Yeah.
And it's kind of just stuck around, which is crazy. crazy, really.
Yeah.
So many
4 years
layers.
later.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. And Stellane Baby Blue says the dedication that has been put into Phasmophobia is what makes the game so unique. And again, if you guys are watching and you have questions for the team here that work on Phasmophobia, please let us know in the chat, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube. We're paying attention here. But to you guys, what is the release cadence of new content like internally?
Because it's early access, a lot of the time we're kind of like reworking stuff that we're not quite happy with.
Sure.
As obviously, as DK was on his own, he had his ways of doing things, and we've come on, and other people have joined and said, "Oh, have you thought about doing it this way?"
Yeah.
So a lot of the game at the moment is still in that process of like, we can make this a little bit better. But outside of that, it's just new maps, new items, and then later new scary stuff, which will be very fun.
We've got like a roadmap to 1.0, and I think we had that conversation very, very early. Like, what do we want the game to look like when it comes out of early access? Because it's still in early access right now. So when we came up with that, we were kind of thinking, right, what do the current systems look like? What do the current maps look like? What do we kind of see that looking like on 1.0? Like, what do we need to keep? What do we need to replace? What do we need to change? Just there's so many different blockers. So like we'll do like a massive update and there'll be a little bit of features, but like half the game might be like rewritten. And it's like, but from a player point of view, it's like it's the same.
Yeah.
But there's me like, oh, the code's so much better now.
Yeah, and I think for some people, for the astute, for the observative people, you're going to get those that are like, oh, okay, a change has provided stability, and there's now fewer bugs, and like it is this weird disconnect where internally you're like, cool, that was like 3 weeks of work, and and it's like just a little blip on the radar for people, whereas something that might take less time gets even more attention. That's always kind of interesting to see for sure. The Bull calling out that Phasmo is one of the only games that can get all the friends together in one game. I think, again, it is a game that is best played together, right? 100%. I feel like in my time playing it, there was 0 moments where it's like, I'm going this alone because I'm so terrified and so nervous. But then there's also the even more potentially isolating experience of going into VR, right? Like you're just fully engulfed in it. It's such an interesting balance. Do you guys have any insight into what it takes to balance a game that is in VR, but then is also largely played by people that aren't using VR?
It's a big challenge, I think, because we have to basically make everything twice. So we've got like a PC player, which has a bunch of systems. We have a VR player, which has a bunch of systems. They have to interact together. Yeah. They have to work together. They visually, you can tell when a VR player enters the room because they look very different. They're like the full body, like K-rig and everything. So you can see the like whole body moving naturally. But yeah, like I think feature-wise, like I think they've got an additional slot on their belt and things as well. But then in VR, you're relying on your physical movements to get you out of a situation, which only adds to the scare factor. So there's definitely, it feels like you're getting 2 games in one, really.
It's like a massive trade-off for me. Like VR is so much more immersive, but then you don't have that like panic button like you do on PC. Like if you need to get away from the ghost, you can just press 2 keys on your keyboard. But in VR, you've got to put away the thing grab the smudge stick, grab the lighter, put them together,
like,
punching
yourself
while you're running away.
I think that
crazy.
level of franticness just adds to it in such an interesting way. It's, again, I'm kind of fanboying out a little bit, but this was such an integral part of like my early streaming time.
Nice.
A massive moment in a time in the world where everyone felt isolated, but this product brought people together. Kind of on the topic of togetherness and that sort of spirit, your time here at Unite, tell us a little bit about it. How's it been for you guys so far? You've got a booth set up with the VR headset. People are coming through. What have you guys noticed? What's been exciting for you so far?
People get scared of VR easily.
Very easily.
They put the headset on and they open the front door and they look into the darkness and they're like, okay, I'm done now.
And they're like, that's enough. Here you are.
Exactly, yeah.
But then you also get the opposite. We've had a couple of people who, they put the gear on, they've played VR before, but maybe not a horror, and they just sprint in. We had a guy last night playing it like he was playing Call of Duty, like he was checking corners and, he was flying around. He still died.
Clear the way. You almost always do.
Yeah.
I think that's very, very cool. Is it frequent for you guys to be able to interact with your community in person? Are you at a lot of events, or is this kind of a bit of a standout for you?
Yeah, I mean, we've been to Unite a couple of times now. We go to GDC. We've been to Gamescom,
TwitchCon as well.
TwitchCon.
Oh,
CJ
right.
and I both stream individually, so we kind
great.
of have our like dev playing their own games kind of vibes a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So
We're gonna have to connect on that, I think, as
Yeah,
well.
sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
that'd
would
be
be
great.
very, very cool. Sorry, continue.
That's all right. I lost my train of thought a little bit. That's
Oh, I know. I derailed. I got excited.
No,
This is
no,
definitely the
that's
most
good, so-
personal it's been, though, because I think
Yeah.
this is the only scenario where we've been with people who play the game and they can play the game with us. So, like,
Yeah.
you know, we're watching them and they're giving feedback, or we're just watching them be scared and laughing at them. Normally, we're just, you know, talking to people and they're like, oh, I love the game. So
Yeah.
I think this is definitely more personal in the fact that, yeah, they play the game and then they're speaking to us, and it's
it's more direct, and like it just feels like, you know, we can really get right with our community and play with them, and you know, the people that are super into the game will kind of come along to our streams and play with us because they just follow everything that we do. They want to know what's next. They want to know what we're currently doing and everything. And I think playing the game in that format as well is very, very different to developing it, because when you develop, you play the game very differently to when you're actually like playing the game to play the game.
That is.
So it definitely gives you a player perspective, which I think is really, really difficult to get if you're just developing the game.
100%.
So like there's some bugs, you'll see like a bug task come up and you're like, oh, okay, that doesn't seem too important. But then you play the game and you're like, okay, it doesn't seem important, but you're seeing it all the time, or it feels really jarring and takes you out of the immersion of the horror. So what we think is important is very different to what the community think is important sometimes. It's I think it's really good and beneficial for us to kind of see, you know, align the two together and get a good balance.
I like that perspective a lot. If you guys are just tuning in, we are joined by both CJ and Ben from Kinetic Studios here, the creators, the maintainers, the developers behind Phasmophobia. If you guys have any questions, burning questions that you've ever wondered about Phasmophobia, feel free to ask them if you are watching on Twitch or YouTube live. We will try and get some of those questions asked for you guys. I think Unite is really specific, and it's something that I can kind of tangentially relate to, in that you guys are now interacting with people who are passionate about game design. They're not just players, they think like game designers. For myself, I have to create content that both appeals to people that are trying to make games and also people that are fans of games. What is the difference in your experience, in your conversations, between someone who is a pure player and someone who is developing? How do they view games differently?
That's a good question.
I mean, I've had a couple of conversations, like comparing here to like TwitchCon. At TwitchCon, it'd be like, oh, I love this about the game. I find this item really pretty, or I'm so glad you added this. Because here, it's like, how did you deal with the performance struggles of having 8 real-time lights and, you know, 4 people playing at the same time? So the questions that people ask, or the things that people are passionate about, are very separate. Even if, you know, the people here still love playing the game, they're very interested in the, you know, the functionality behind it. Which you just don't get anywhere else. Which is, it's really nice to kind of have that like nerd out chat, you know,
right?
But
dev
people
to
that
dev.
get you, and
Someone
like,
that can connect
understand-
with you in a way
Yeah,
that you
exactly.
just kind of don't really get that often.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's cool.
You guys mentioned TwitchCon, which is also happening this weekend.
is it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's a good point. From my perspective, North American TwitchCon is happening in San Diego this weekend. So I guess that negates my question. I was going to be like, did you guys pick us over them? But there's
We did.
We did, yeah.
Of course.
Yes, you guys heard it here first. Unite 2024 in Barcelona, better than TwitchCon. We've got a question here from Matai Owner. And I'm going to be honest, I haven't read this, so maybe by the end of it, we find out it was a really inappropriate question,
That's
but I'm just
okay,
going to
yeah.
dry read it for you here.
problem.
I have a question for Lavender. What if there was a very low chance for when taking a picture of the ghost, instead of it just saying ghost photo, it says what the actual ghost is? And that kind of brings me to an interesting question. How do you manage and action on community feedback on things? I think as a community manager, I've seen it where communities are passionate. You guys have very passionate fans. You have very engaged players. At what point do you balance game intention and design with community desire and needs? How do you find that happy
Yeah,
sweet
no, that's
spot?
a great question. I think the really key thing like for us is kind of sticking to our vision and what we have, what we sort of see the game as when 1.0 comes out. But I think, again, like the community are our community. So we want them to be happy. We want them to feel like it's a game they want to continue to play long into the future. So if, you know, any ideas that people give us, whether it's like a map, whether it's a piece of equipment or a ghost type or like some specific trait that they might have, if it aligns with that goal, then like 99% of the time we're very happy to kind of implement that and include that kind of thing, definitely. But I think what I've seen quite a few game developers do sometimes is they'll say, oh, the community wants this, I better do this, otherwise they're not going to like it. But I think, especially when you have a large community, there's so many people with so many ideas,
voices, right?
So many voices. If you were to do everything, it would be just a mashup of so many different things, the game wouldn't be the game anymore. So like one massive thing that we get all the time is, when can we fight the ghost? When can we exercise the ghost?
When can we fight back?
And I think the only reason we haven't done that is because the core of the game is that you can't fight back.
Exactly.
So some good examples that we've been chatting internally about some stuff is like Alien Isolation, for example.
Great game.
Very, very, very scary until you get the flamethrower.
Fun
as soon
fact.
as you get the flamethrower, it's like, okay,
It makes
I
that
can fight
turn.
back now. It's like, oh, I don't need to hide anymore. Just bye-bye.
A lot of Resident Evil games.
Yeah.
Very, very intimidating until you end up in a position where you have so much ammunition and weaponry that it's not
Exactly.
intimidating anymore. I played Alien Isolation on a stream. I did the whole playthrough. I got the flamethrower. I just assumed. I was like, it's not even going to have any effect. I didn't use the flamethrower for like hours of gameplay,
no? Okay.
and nobody told me that I was being an idiot. Not a single person. They all just kind of sat there and watched.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's a very interesting dynamic and a balance
Yeah.
that you have to hit, right?
There was a thing actually. I think you told me about it. I think there was like different stages of like being scared, right? So there's like, what's more scary, having no way to fight back or having very, very limited ammo to fight back, which is I think what Resident Evil plays on, right? And I think limited ammo was actually meant to be scarier.
Yeah,
from
there's
what I
definitely
remember.
like, it must be game dependent, but obviously if you have, we have smudge sticks, right? So you can repel the ghost 4
Yeah.
times. Well, that's it. You've only got 4 goes at it. So
Yeah.
Exactly,
when
yeah.
you use that last one and you go back and then go, oh no, I've still got to find 2 pieces of evidence, you're going to be way more
Yeah.
stressed than you were 4 smudge sticks ago. So
Exactly.
there is a balance to be had in, you can do the flamethrower thing if you're super cautious.
Yeah.
But as soon as it's slightly too much, it kind of negates everything.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think with the crucifix as well, there was a point where we had in the design of the crucifix where it would stop a hunt completely,
Yeah,
like
we
for the
changed
tier 3, and that felt like you were fighting the ghosts.
It was just too strong,
It
wasn't it?
was too
Yeah.
strong. So I think we changed it into it can prevent a cursed hunt, which the regular one can't do. So I think it was really important just to not take away that fear factor of I'm helpless, I need to run and hide because otherwise I'm going to die feeling.
Yeah. For myself, one of my favorite games, most played games, certainly, Dead by Daylight is another one where I think they get similar sentiment from the community at different points where it's like, cool, I feel so helpless. When am I going to be able to do something to fight back? And you're right. If it's not the core game mechanic, to implement it after the fact feels like just a challenge that may be too impossible to do, or one that's just not worth investing the time and energy into. I want to pull in another question here from the YouTube chat from Did You Know Gaming. I'm curious, were there any features of the core of the game that were particularly difficult to translate into VR?
Difficult to translate in VR.
We have some
All of them?
upcoming.
Oh, new ones. Don't say anything to get yourself
No,
in
no,
trouble,
we
but
won't.
share whatever you feel comfortable with.
Yeah, we can share about. So we got like
don't know what
at
you're
the moment,
referring to,
you when the ghost catches you, you die.
Yeah.
And we'd love to overhaul that and have loads of
yeah.
crazy stuff happen when you die.
Cool.
Something to be super mindful of is VR players can get motion sick. So
Yep.
we definitely need. That's like a huge challenge for us to make sure that we either have options for VR players so they can turn that off, or some way of viewing the death so that they don't get sick.
Yeah, because if you're like, I don't know, like pulled by the legs and you get dragged
Yeah,
on the
exactly.
floor,
It's
for
fine for
example,
PC.
like in VR,
Sure.
you're going to be like, ooh.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Like
Yeah.
strung up by your feet, you're
Yeah,
upside down. That
exactly.
looks cool in PC,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden you're upside down and
Yeah.
super
Exactly.
motion sick. That's really interesting.
It comes from like the disjointedness of your ears and your eyes, right? So if your eyes are telling you you're moving, but your ears aren't, like the liquid in your ears or whatever,
Yeah.
that's what causes I must be poisoned, so you
Yeah.
feel sick.
It's crazy.
It's really weird.
Again, don't go as far as to get yourselves in trouble. But is there anything that you guys have encountered that you would love to implement, explored, and simply just didn't work or can't make work or just doesn't fit? Has there been anything in that kind of creative process?
It's difficult. I mean, skins is probably the easiest one, right? For equipment.
Yeah, I guess so.
Like as an artist, I'd love to have skins for the items. But the issue is because it's so collaborative, everyone kind of compiles their equipment together in the truck, and you share it together. So if you have skins in that, I could say, oh, I'm going to bring my, demon-themed flashlight, but we could load into the game, and then Ben could just grab it off the thing, and I never get to use it.
Oh yeah, because there's not a sense of possession. It's not your
Yeah, it's
weapons.
like,
They
Everything
spawn
is
in,
shared,
but you don't
so
have it.
Exactly.
It'd be cool to have, but then there's the issue of like, well, people are going to get jealous, or there's going to
Annoyed
be
at each
people
other,
trolling.
and that's going to increase toxicity potentially.
So,
So it's difficult to balance sometimes.
Big
but-
hurdle, that one.
It is interesting because I think, for myself personally anyways, I always want to hope for the best from people and have that level of optimism, but there is this space in gaming where you have to kind of accommodate and account for both the nicest people in the room and the worst people in the room, and be able to kind of just keep both those in mind. So I guess that does make a ton of sense. There is a question from TJ Mills in the Twitch chat saying, could there be the possibility of a community vote on upcoming ideas to see what they would like most first? Is there anything in your roadmap that is kind of modular in that sense, or is it essentially
We
what
did
you
actually
guys
do
sit with?
a vote on our Discord server.
Cool.
Basically, we're reworking a lot of the maps that are already in the game, and then we're also adding new ones. So we did a poll maybe last year, basically deciding, did you guys want reworks first of the stuff you've got, or did you want the new stuff? And a lot of people, I think the majority was reworks. So we took that on board, but we're still kind of doing both. So we're going to do a couple of reworks, then we'll do a new one, then we'll do a couple of reworks, and then it means that the people who voted for the other option aren't being left out for like 3 years.
Especially if it's a close vote and it's like
exactly.
46% of people are now going to be miserable because they don't get the
exactly.
thing that they want.
If it was like 100% reworks, we'd probably just do reworks.
we just do
and
reworks.
All of them with that before
I think
starting
it was
any
like
maps. But
60-40 or something, but
yeah. I think we did, like previously, we have had like ideas and feedback threads open in the Discord. And I think it got to the point where so much of it was like the same. Like, I don't know, like so many ideas for maps and things that people come to us all the time, which is great. It's great to hear feedback and everything. And we love taking it on board. I think it's just because we hear like the same things over and over and over again. Like we've already got a list of things we want to do based on the community feedback. So like if I don't know. Maybe in the future when these things come about, we can.
And we're the
put
same
more
as the
polls in,
community.
but-
Like we want the same things they do.
Yeah,
Like
100%.
people say they want X, Y, and Z maps. We probably want the same maps as well. Just because it's not on the roadmap yet, it might be at some point.
Exactly. Even after 1.0, like we're still going to continue to support the game and add future content and things. So it's
I like that a
we're here
lot.
to stick around as long as you guys do.
Yeah.
If you disappear, then we'll disappear.
Yeah, it's the same mentality I hear from people at Unity. It's like, we want what you want. You want us to give you tools so you can keep making cool games. We also want to give you cool tools to keep making very, very cool games.
Yeah.
I believe, and I'm trying to tap into memories of 4 years ago now. I think that there is a Easter egg on one of the levels where you can look into a pond off a dock and something comes up.
Yeah.
And am I remembering? Is it a nod to Friday the 13th?
It is, yeah.
It's my favorite one, by the way.
Is
My
it?
favorite
Nice.
slasher. Yeah. Well, because I'm a Canadian,
Oh,
so
of
hockey,
course.
you get the hockey mask. It's just a natural fit.
Yeah.
Do you guys have dream Easter eggs that if someone just gave you the keys to the car that you could put in to your game?
Not that we can.
Not that you can say because there's
Verbalize,
maybe
yeah,
a chance.
Things.
Yeah.
Happening.
I understand. No, it's good. Again, don't say anything to put yourself in trouble.
Until they
here, you know?
get said no to, then we won't disclose. Stuff.
Understood.
I
'Cause there's
personally
always a
have a few. Like, I think there's lots of horror films that I watch that, I'd love to have stuff, put in. But Easter eggs specifically, I don't know. Something really silly. I want to do something like out of pocket, like at the moment we've got the character models that like kind of bend in half, when they move.
Love it.
People love that.
Yeah.
It's really silly for a horror game, so we are going to change it. But I'd love to keep it in as like maybe in one of the houses one day that they have miniatures, and then their miniatures are the bendy back characters. I think
Yeah,
that'd
like
be kinda cool.
memorializing the fact that it was a thing and things. But it's kind of like I remember when Goat Simulator first came out. I know it's like a weird example, but there was so many like bugs originally, like visual bugs, and the community loved it so much they were just like, "Oh, screw it, let's just like enhance that and like."
It's not a bug; it's a feature. You know?
Yeah.
So like that kind of stuff's really. It makes sense for the game that it is. It makes 100% sense. But I think like we kind of want to. We want like a good immersive horror game. We don't want to break that immersion with too much silliness.
It's interesting
I
finding
guess.
that balance, right? We've talked about balance a lot.
Balance is important, yeah.
But we have Dre CAE. I've gotten this
Drakkar.
name. Is it?
Oh, Drakkar, yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Saying not the bendy backs. Like
Yeah.
it is interesting that even though it does shift the tone, that it is still kind of like a fan favorite. And for myself, it's like you come out and you just see your friend bendy back, crouch walking, and you're
exactly.
just like,
Yeah.
okay, I was terrified a second ago, but this is weird, and it just like plays on
like,
your
pick this up.
emotions. Yeah, it's so good. And then in VR, it's a whole different experience as well.
Yeah.
It's very, very, very fun. We have Curdle Games in the Twitch chat asking, what did I miss? So we are joined by CJ and Ben from Kinetic Games, the creators and developers of Phasmophobia. We're sitting down and chatting. They are here with us live in Barcelona at Unite 2024. If you have any questions for the team, please let us know. But we are also giving away 5 codes in a little while. We're going to get people some free copies, some Steam codes to the game. So feel free to send questions our way, and we'll be setting up for that in just a couple of minutes here. Have you guys been to Barcelona before, or is this a first-time trip for you guys?
First time for me, but I think
I
you
went when I was like, I don't know, 14 for like an art trip.
Very nice.
Yeah, so I've seen a lot of stuff this time that I didn't see last time. But
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's
think we
been
booked
cool.
the Gaudi Village yesterday, but then we had things to do.
yeah, we booked it and ended up staying here and showing off the game. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's been really cool.
So CJ, you're an artist. Is that where your education and your background is?
I actually started doing motion graphics,
Cool.
and video.
Someone
did a
just
lot
told me we need one of those at Unity. So if you want to chop
Sorry, Ben, I'm
shit.
going.
Good, exactly. Good.
back to my
That's what
roots.
I like to see. That's what I like to see. I would never, by the way, try and poach a person live in front of an audience. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, wait till afterwards then.
Yeah.
Yeah, so originally when I was young, I wanted to be a tattoo artist.
Cool.
Which didn't happen. Went into video, and then ended up back in the gaming industry, which
Yeah.
never wanted to do, but obviously I love gaming, so it just made sense. And yeah,
How did
here
you
we are.
kind of find that path? Like, if you were studying more in the art and creation side, how did you end up in the game development?
I was
side?
doing animation at a marketing agency, and they had a VR division.
That's how we met.
Which is
Wow,
where
cool.
we met. But DK, the guy who made Phas originally, actually worked there, and he ended up leaving and making Phas. And then when lockdown hit, we left and we made our own little VR project.
Yep.
And DK saw it and was like, "That's sick. Come work for me."
So were
We
you
were
guys
like,
you guys were a package deal?
Yeah.
You got hired in
we're
together.
packaged
Oh,
deal,
that's
yeah.
great.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Like between us, we can pretty much do whatever you want.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Whoa.
It's pretty cool. It's satisfying.
Package deal hiring. That's fun. That's fun. That's great.
Everything he could do, I can't, and vice versa.
vice
It's
versa.
great.
Well, I think that's what makes a fantastic team, right? Is that balance of kind of stepping in to offset each other's perhaps weaknesses with your own strengths.
Yeah,
I think it's so fascinating who you keep as teammates as a result of those exact dynamics. So it's good to hear. I like being able to hear that you guys enjoy working with each other, especially enough to, again, just pair up and package deal and move around and things like that. So I think it's so cool. I'm loving this conversation. I'm loving the insight that you guys are sharing, again, as a fan and also a community manager. You guys want to give away some stuff?
Yeah, let's do it.
Sounds good.
All right. So
keys.
those of you watching right now, the team behind Phasmophobia, Kinetic Games, has been so kind to give us 5 Steam keys to give away copies of the game. If you would like to enter, I'm going to hit the button right now. You, to enter, will need to be over on twitch.tv/Unity. You can make an account in 30 seconds. So if you do not already have a Twitch account, if you're the type of person that's like, ooh, Twitch ain't my vibe, it'll take you no time at all, and you can delete it later if you want. But head on over there. What you're going to do is type in !giveaway in chat. And that's going to enter you into our little automated system. From there, we will draw 5 names, and I will reach out to them either tonight or tomorrow and give them some codes. We're going to make it as easy as possible for you guys. I think this is such a fun game that if this is the first time you're hearing of Phasmophobia, like, whoa, firstly. But secondly, like, this is a game best played with friends. And I'm sure you know somebody who is playing this already. So please, I'm excited anyways, to give you all an opportunity to hop in here and be able to connect with more people playing such a fun and exciting game.
Consoles comes out around Halloween.
Well, that's what I was gonna. Let's get into that. We'll leave this.
yes.
We'll leave this
Slide that in
open
there.
for like another, I don't know, like 10, 15 minutes before we go into actually drawing it. Let's chat a little bit more.
Sure.
What does the future look like? You guys have an exciting kind of next couple of months. Talk to me about it. What do you got?
Yeah, well, I mean, imminently we've got our consoles update being worked on. So it's all cross-platform. So PC can play with PlayStation, PlayStation can play with Xbox. Everyone can play with everyone. So that's Xbox Series S, Series X, PlayStation 5, and PSVR 2.
Fully crossplay.
Yeah, everything can play with everything else, which is really, really cool. We've got a Halloween event tied to that. We won't tell you too much about that. We'll just leave it to...
When will people be
find
able
out.
to hear more about that?
Sometime in October, I think.
Beginning of October, you will find out more.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
great.
A specific date.
There is. You guys have it set, but we don't know it yet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
until-
that makes
yeah.
sense. Keep your secrets. I like it.
Yeah.
You know, we want to keep people coming back to you guys whenever. So if you want to know,
Yeah.
make sure to go and check out the Discord for Phasmo and check out the new content when it comes out.
Yep.
Do you guys have? And you don't have to tell me how much, but do you have estimates of how much you're expecting this to inflate the player base? Kind of switching to all of these consoles,
So hard to tell. Like,
right?
Yeah. Like
it's
we-
kind of just a guessing game a lot of times.
Like weirdly, like we haven't really done much marketing to this
Well,
point.
there's basically none up until this year. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
it's all community-driven marketing, like Twitch streamers, YouTubers, just loads of people coming together and encouraging each other to play and have fun. But with aligning with the console release, where if you speak to someone who's a gamer and you say, "Oh, have you heard of Phasmophobia?" and they say no, you say, "Do you play on a console?" and they're like, "Yes." So
Oh, that's why.
so that's why you haven't heard of Phasmophobia yet. But we're hoping, with the seasonal event and the way we've designed it, we're hoping it'll help bring, the cross-platform side of things to come together. So the season pros that are guys on PC, will collaborate with some new players, hopefully from the console side, and everyone will work together to kind of
Do the event.
do the event.
to do it, get it done.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exciting. I do kind of feel like you are picking up the slack on. You're just making the rounds to get who's left. Do you know what I mean? Like it's almost this concept that anyone who has a PC and likes horror games
They've got it.
plays
They've heard
it,
of it, at
owns
least.
it, has it, they're into
Yeah.
it. If you don't like horror games, you know it. You know who's playing it, those types of things. And now it almost feels like a victory lap of going back to being like, all right, who's left?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Who's left? Let me ask you guys this. Did you play prior to kind of looking at this as a job opportunity? Did you play Phasmophobia when it kind of first came out before you were on the team?
Yeah, we tried it in that marketing agency that Corey mentioned earlier. When it first came out, I think, because you went to school with
Yeah, I went
Dan
to school with DK.
back in the day.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. I've known him for a long time.
So someone said, "Oh yeah, remember that Dan guy? He released a
and I was like,
game
"Oh,
and
I'll
it's doing
check out
really,
this
really
game."
well, really well."
Yeah.
And I remember we loaded in and like the bendy back thing. I was just laughing for about half an hour. And I just found it hilarious, but
It's actually funny. The first time I played it, I didn't actually get it at all. I was like, I don't understand why this is so good. But I think it's because the first time I played it properly was on my own.
Yeah.
And then when we spoke to DK and he was like, oh, would you like to come work with us? We played it together, didn't we? And,
yeah, and we made a lot more sense.
yeah, and we're like, oh my god, it's the multiplayer. It's
Yeah.
it's so much better with other people.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then obviously now that we're working on it, it's more fun because we're proud of it and there's more stuff to do. So it's
Yeah,
super.
I like knowing how everything works. It's
Yeah,
great.
exactly.
Yeah. I think there is a unique breed of people that aren't satisfied with just being able to consume a thing. They need to know the creative process of it.
Yeah.
For myself, I have zero visual effects experience, but I want to know how everything was created. So I like that you guys kind of have a similar gear in your brain.
Yeah,
If you guys are, again, hoping to enter this giveaway, I'm seeing questions on the YouTube side. Please head on over to twitch.tv/Unity. You can make an account in just a quick moment, but once you are there in our chat, make sure to type in !giveaway, and that will enter you into this draw. We are giving away 5 keys. We already have 32 people hopped in here, so you guys have a great opportunity to play a great game. How much travel do you guys get to do with all of with
A
the
lot more than I'd imagine as a
Really?
programmer. Yeah.
yeah, that's
When I took
a curiosity
programming
for me.
job, I didn't think, oh yeah, I'm going to be traveling the world. But we've been to Las Vegas, we've been to Paris, we've been to Cologne, we've been to Barcelona now,
Whoa.
San Francisco.
Whoa.
It's yeah.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. I mean, it's
So
great because
crazy.
we're learning so much. We're meeting so many people in the industry. We're obviously a very, very new company. Very, very big for considering we're like a new company. So it's really, really, really cool to meet so many industry professionals, so many people that want to work closely and help us from the Unity side of things as well. It's a great experience having such a small company and sort of growing the team over time, growing with the industry, meeting all these professionals, and just getting involved really. Like,
And meeting people
a
that we
unique
know the
opportunity.
games of, and they know Phaz, and it's like, oh, I know this guy. Oh my god! And they're like, oh, we know Phaz, and then we're both like, oh my god.
You fanboy back
Yeah,
and forth.
exactly.
Yeah,
it's like,
just
I
get
love your
really
game.
excited.
I love your game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's so exciting, and I think you guys kind of touched on it with your pre-existing relationship with DK and that sort of stuff. We went to a student event 2 nights ago and kind of talked. And one of the things that I keep seeing from people and the advice that I give, and I don't have the same level of experience, so maybe you guys can elaborate on it, but that level of connection and networking seems so integral in the industry. Talking to young people that want to start their own studios or some that want to work on indie studios and being able to kind of tap into your network and who you know because you're familiar with their work and their capabilities. How valuable do you guys feel that is in the industry for people aspiring to kind of break in or develop or step into something new?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's great. Like, I think where I've seen it the most is probably GDC, I'd say. That kind of thing. There's so many, like seasoned professionals that work in massive companies. There's so many indie studios. There's so many like publishers getting like brand new companies kind of like in the door. And it's really nice to like, even if someone's brand new to the industry and they've made like a unique demo or something, like they're probably going to know something that you don't. So it's great just to like talk to these people and say, oh, how did you come up with like the idea? How did this mechanic work? And what tools did you use and things, and vice versa. Like they'll ask questions back, and everyone's kind of helping each other and learning from each other. So
I don't think I expected the level of camaraderie that I've experienced so quickly, right? Like, I feel like the game development community doesn't have the same level of people just aren't of awareness. There's not that same level of awareness. Like when you talk about games, that people are connecting over games.
Yeah.
But I think that it's a different world for me seeing people connect over creating games. And that's great because that's the audience that we kind of communicate to and interact with. And it makes me happy. That's all I'm saying. Is that I'm glad that there's so many people connecting and the sense of community is growing.
I think it's kind of like a blind date. Like you go on a blind date, but you already know that person is looking for a date, right? So it's kind of like that. Like you speak to someone, you already know that they're in the industry. You already know that they're a developer. Like there's already that icebreaker question, that icebreaker conversation. Like
you kind of speak the same language as well, right? I think in looking for connection on things that we're passionate about, like you look at, let's use like a New York Comic-Con as an example. You have your favorite anime that you're so thrilled about, but none of your core friend group talks about it. So to be able to connect with someone all of a sudden who knows exactly what you're talking about on such a niche topic, I think is very quick to form a bond, right? So being able to do that within this industry is I mean, it makes sense. It does. I just think that there's not the same optics that there are on other games.
Yeah, definitely. I think everyone's smarter than everyone else in different ways. So it's always good to pick people's brains and learn from each other.
Absolutely. You guys ready to give away some stuff?
Yeah, let's do
All
it.
right. So we are going to close up entries in just a moment here. If you are eager to enter this giveaway for a Steam key of Phasmophobia, please head on over to twitch.tv/Unity. Make an account if you need to and put !giveaway in the chat. We'll give you guys another minute here before we lock it down. We are giving away 5 copies. And I'm excited. I'm excited for you. Hopefully, this is your first time being able to interact with this. Well, I guess maybe not hopefully, because that means that they haven't found it yet. But like from a community perspective, like being able to introduce someone to stuff, right? Like being able to be like, hey, here's this thing that I love. You should love it too. It's just, it's really exciting. Shout out to the last 2 people who got their entries in the last second here, and we're going to close it up.
Good luck, everybody.
Good luck, everyone. High stakes, right? High stakes. So we are going to pick 5 winners here. Do you guys want to pick one each?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me do the first 3, and then you guys can pick up the last 2.
Sure,
Easy
sure,
peasy. So this will pump out a message in our Twitch chat to let you know who has won, which might help me from having to try to pronounce a name I don't know how to pronounce. But this one is an easy one. Congratulations to our first winner, Ludius. Will be reaching out to the winners via Twitch DM. Yeah.
Claps.
Good. And you guys were observing the last segment as well, also providing claps and commentary on the sides. I love that. We're gonna pull up our second winner here. We've got iJoyan. Congratulations again. Very good. Thank you, Freeman. That was perfect camera work. And our third winner is Curdle Games. Thank you very much. Congratulations. A whoa, no way from Curdle Games. Now I'm going to unplug this and hopefully nothing weird happens. All you're going to do is click that button.
All I'm going to do is
right
type in my
there.
Twitch username. I got you. CJ. No.
There you go.
Bear Hug the Brave. Congrats,
Bear.
dude.
Congratulations to you, Bear. I'm excited
name.
for you. Friend of mine. Community member from my own streams.
No way.
Rigged.
No way! And then
Yes
for
way.
you, our final winner.
Corrupted Sloth Queen.
Oh, heck yes. Congratulations to all of our winners. Again, I will be reaching out to you via Twitch DMs probably in the next 48 hours. It's a very busy time here, so please be patient with me to the best of your abilities, and I'll reach out, and you will then, I believe, have 48 hours to respond before Twitch decides no more DMs, because that's just how it goes sometimes. And then if you respond, I will get you your code. Or honestly, let's cut out the middle. I'm just going to give you the code. First message. I don't need you to respond, but if you want to say, hey, thanks, I wouldn't be mad about it. You know what I mean?
Getting Jackson in your DMs, eh?
Oh, what a treat.
I mean, you know, if that's what people are excited about, I'm not upset
That's what
about
they
it.
want.
Yeah, if that makes you happy at the end of the day, that's what I'm here to do. Again, thank you, and I'm just being able to pull up the chat right now, but everyone else is clapping along with everyone else who won. So that level of camaraderie is very welcomed. I've done previous giveaways for the last game that I worked on. We would give away in-game content every month, and the level of saltiness from people not winning was wild to me. We would also get a ton of like rigged comments. This is rigged. And I was like, 1,200 people entered.
Yeah.
You should not be surprised you didn't win.
Yeah,
But
100%.
no, this is great. And obviously such a cool opportunity to give away something that's been so important and integral to you guys. I do want to thank you both for joining me. I
thank
know
you
this
for
has
having us.
been a long time, a long chat to be able to sit down, and I've enjoyed kind of every moment of it. I do want to make sure that we give you guys kind of the last opportunity. Is there anything else that you want people to know about Phasmophobia, about yourselves, anything like that?
I think so. Just check back in about a month,
Yeah.
the console update
Yeah.
with your friends, and enjoy the Halloween event when it comes out.
Of course.
And when the console players come in, please make them feel welcome. I know you
Yes.
will because you're a great community anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. And there's no like PC master race or anything that we have to worry about, right? So that'll be fun. They're gonna get along just perfectly.
fine, yes.
But again, CJ, Ben, thank you guys so much for spending the time here with me.
Thank you so much, Jackson. Appreciate it.
Have a
Thank
great
you.
rest of your time in
You too.
Barcelona.
And you.
Thanks very much. Bye, everyone.
Of course.
Bye.
Everyone, please say thank you to the team at Kinetic. All right. And we're going to change gears once again here. We've got just a moment to, you guys can make a little bit, you don't have to be super stealthy. They know you were here. You guys did great. You guys were fantastic. You don't have to feel like you need to be little stealth, little cats as you get out of here. But I appreciate you guys. So, also want to shout out that the bold just said, be ready to be scared, nerds. So anyone who's playing the game for the first time, good luck to you all. We are going to transition here to our next segment of the stream. But before we do that, thank you guys. I appreciate you. Before we do that, I do want to just take a second and check in with you guys. How's everybody doing? Where are you all tuning in from? Absolutely. We will spend a little bit of time, just me, you, and the community. Let's vibe. Let's chat. Where are you checking in from again? And how are things so far? If you have just tuned in or tuned in a little bit late, my name is Jackson, and I'm responsible for the live stream content here on both twitch.tv/Unity and the YouTube, the official YouTube channel of Unity. Sorry, I'm just moving microphones. Don't mind me. So it is my job to bring you content that you like and enjoy. And I hope that that is the case with what you've seen so far. We, of course, are live from Unite 2024 here in Barcelona, and we wanted to give you all a little bit of a community-focused taste from the event that you might not already have access to. You know, traveling the world and joining a big event is costly and it's not necessarily accessible. We are very excited for those of you who are able to attend, but we wanted to be able to connect with you all as well. So this is a very casual, very laid back, very conversational approach to Unite, giving you all a little bit of insight into what's happening here, a little bit of conversation with wonderful devs as you just saw, and we will see again soon. Isn't that right back there? You've got time. You just hang out. Get yourself some water if you want. Yeah, we're just going to be chatting and hanging out for the most part. So unfortunately, we will not, I don't know if it's even unfortunate, but just to keep you guys aware of the intentions of these streams, we're not going to be diving into deep dive topics and conversations from sessions that are happening here, but a lot of those are being recorded. So if you're looking for that level of information and education, you are able to return to the YouTube page where things will be updated as VODs later, uploaded as VODs for you. So you will have an opportunity to check in and get some of that information. So I think keep an eye out for those opportunities. And once again, if you have not already checked out the keynote, we went through that today. It was about an hour-long presentation going through the paces of what's new and exciting coming to Unity. So I hope that there's a lot of excitement, a lot of buzz for everything going on. But if you have something that you're particularly excited about, please let me know. I also want to say hey to everybody tuning in. We've got Blue Pinecone from Sweden, love the name. Papa Jat, Sweet Nanny Goat from Southern California, good to see you. Everybody, thank you for being here. Jelly Leonard from Mexico, hello. And Stella in Baby Blue. I just realized I was getting that wrong a lot of times. But thank you for complimenting my water bottle. I cherish it more than most people would ever cherish a water bottle for some reason. We've also got people tuning in from India and Peace YT and the UK as well. We've got the team from, I'm going to say this hopefully right, C Quero Gaming. Streaming, saying hi from Barcelona in the YouTube chat. They were responsible for putting on the keynote and put together a fantastic presentation. Thank you so much for being here. Trish is here from Canada near Toronto, wishing that you were here. I grew up just outside of Toronto. And if we're being honest, where I currently am is better than from where I grew up. We've got Boris. Boris and I work together to help pull off the streams, and Boris did a fantastic job. Thank you, Boris. We've got Digital Breed tuning in from Germany, says, would love to be in Barcelona right now. Such a beautiful city. We've got Australia and Corrupted Sloth Queen. Definitely the name of the stream. Number one. Absolutely. You're laughing along. It's a good name. See, we got our new next guest ready to go, or almost ready to go here. Laughing along as well. It's a fantastic name. Again, this is one of my favorite things as a community manager, being able to connect people all over the world. So being able to see that you are all tuning in from everywhere is really, really heartwarming for me. MV Graph says hello from Bolivia. Absolutely encouraging and exciting for me. Did You Know Gaming says, loving the stream so far. Great job, guys. Thank you very much. I've been doing this at Unity for about 2 months, so still relatively new, and I would love to give you guys just the newest and greatest content, everything that we possibly can, whether it's conversations with developers or, you know, sneak peeks, little behind the scenes looks at new features coming out and how to use them, those types of things. But I am super excited to be here, so thank you guys for being so welcoming. The Bull asking, well, the Bull saying, no one ever asks, how are you, Jax? I'm having a great time. Being able to connect with people in this industry is always exciting. It's always fun. But being able to do so in this format that I've worked very hard to help create is awesome. It's awesome to see that people are connecting with it well. And speaking of connecting, let's welcome our next guest to the show. We've got one of the minds behind Harold Halibut and CEO of Slow Bros. Please welcome to the show, Onat. How are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm great. I'm really excited to talk to you. Thank you so much for joining us. How has your time at Unite in Barcelona been so far?
Oh, it's great so far. It's actually the best. This year of conferences is generally so much nicer than before because we have now released the game, so there's not too much to do, no business left to do, but it's mostly enjoying that the game is out, connecting with people I haven't seen for a while, and yeah, that's that. And there's going to be a talk tomorrow that I'm part of.
Oh, great.
So for those of you who
Yeah,
are
what's
interested.
that talk about? What's that
It's
session?
going to be transitioning to the SRPs with Mathieu and
Cool.
Oliver, and
Very,
I'm
very
going
cool.
to show some in-editor stuff from our game actually to show a little bit about how we transition to HDRP or what we are using from HDRP.
That's so cool, and I'm glad that you're able to do that. Again, I believe most of the content, if not all of the content from the sessions, will be available as VODs down the line, so make sure to keep your eyes out. Keep checking in on the YouTube page for Unity for your access to that information. But yeah, like, we can get into the nitty-gritty, and I want to ask you a ton about Harold Halibut and stuff, but just like, thank you for being here, and how are you?
Thanks for inviting me, and yeah, great. It's been a wild ride. So we were working on the game for 13 years.
13?
Yeah, it's like
Whoa.
since the first idea. I have to say, it has been full-time for only like 9 or so, but it's still...
Yeah, only. And people will see why. If you're unfamiliar with Harold Halibut, we will show you some B-roll throughout. We're going to talk about it a little bit in a moment, but as soon as you see it, you're going to be like, I understand. I understand entirely. So how does that feel for you? You guys released it in, I believe, April of this year, to finally, after a decade or so, to just have it out in the world and have people play it. What's that feeling been like for you?
It's really good, and it was at the same time it was kind of anticlimactic because I was it's very interesting because some people were telling me, oh, you will feel miserable once you are not working on it anymore, and I was like, oh, okay, I hope not. And then the others were like, okay, it will be the greatest feeling of all time and so on. And of course, we had this release and we were super happy to have released it, but it was quite, normal relatively soon afterwards.
Sure.
So it's interesting actually, but I mean, nonetheless, very positive feeling, but not a very strong feeling as some people have.
That is very, very interesting, and I think people always have a tendency to try and set your expectations for you, and then for you to just be like, no, I'll just experience it myself is definitely interesting. So we've got some B-roll on screen right now of Harold Halibut, and so it's my understanding that every single frame visually of this game was hand animated in like a stop motion clay model style. Is that right?
Not exactly. We actually started that way. So the idea was to create a stop motion point click adventure, and we started with actually, recording stop motion animation of characters in front of a green screen and photographing sets, and then compositing everything on top of each other inside Unity. But it looked too much like a cheap Photoshop collage. The things didn't come together, and that's where we basically went ahead and started experimenting with other technologies, like 3D scanning was ultimately what we landed on.
Okay,
so it's this strange hybrid. We are basically building everything you see in the game in the real world. We build physical sets and physical models, but then we 3D scan everything, and from there on it's basically a normal 3D pipeline, which also means we use motion capturing for animation. We have like around 9 hours of motion captured and fully voiced cutscenes and game cinematics in the game. Yeah.
This is such a unique looking game. Like, and it's the quote that literally popped up as I was saying it. It's like the most unique looking game. And looking at chat here, we've got D Sabbath on YouTube saying this game is an artistic masterpiece. Huge props to the team behind it. People that I think might be seeing it for the first time now, the Spriters Resource saying beautiful game. Serge saying cool. Ryan saying this looks very, very cool. Is that the most common piece of feedback? Is that the most common conversation topic, is the look of this game?
Yeah, it's certainly the first always, because people haven't seen something similar to this before, and that's obviously the key selling point. So yeah, it's definitely the most common, I would say.
Right. Is there anything that you feel particularly proud of aside from the visual style in this game that you've done uniquely or kind of thinking outside the box?
Yeah. So yeah, definitely. in my opinion, one of the most important, I mean, from the beginning on, one of the most important things was the story, besides of the visuals, obviously. And I think, we wanted to create a world full of living or real feeling characters, even though we have the stylized approach to it, and the world building in particular and the story that we are telling, which is basically a very normal story technically, a story about life and friendship in this situation, a very normal story set in a very unusual setting, basically. And I think that's very interesting. For me personally, I love the story still. And
Of course.
I hope all the viewers that are watching right now can experience it for themselves and maybe tell me how they found it.
Yeah, of course. If you guys have played, please let us know. If you enjoyed this, tell us your favorite thing about it, and we'll read some of those comments during this conversation. I hope that's all right with you.
Of course.
I saw that in 2018 you did a presentation about serious games. And you kind of touched on your intentionality with Harold Halibut in trying to tell a real story that people can connect with emotionally. What do you think is so powerful about games as a storytelling device?
So I think interactivity enables us to experience things in a very different way than watching linear forms of media, for example, like TV shows or films. Through interactivity, we can empathically connect much more to whatever we experience in games, and I think that's the power of games, actually. So in our case, while you're just playing this very normal janitor / lab assistant type, who is Harold, you get the feeling and understanding to his daily life on the spaceship and how it's kind of changed throughout the gameplay of the game. And even like games with minimal interaction, which ours, for example, is, it's more a walking simulator than a point-and-click adventure, as we don't have any puzzles or so. But just walking around in your own pace and deciding who to talk with and how to experience the story just shapes a different perception of how you experience the story as well.
I love it. One of my favorite things to do is be able to connect with people about stuff that they're most passionate about. And I can tell already in this short conversation just how passionate you feel about this game that you've created. And again, I hope so. If like you spent 9 to 13 years and you were like, I'm not passionate about this at all, I'd have so many different questions for you for sure. But was there a particular inspiration behind Harold Halibut? Was there an event or a story or a character that helped kind of kick things off? Where did you start that process?
Well, we had so many inspirations, but funnily, because people were like, was there any form of media in general, for example, that started it all and so on? But I personally, I have studied film before. I come from a film background, so I mean, you will notice that in the game itself as well. It's a very cinematic game. But beyond that, so I was just thinking about why shouldn't we make a game together with friends, And in the three people, like me and 2 others who started the thing first, none of us were artists in the common sense. We were kind of good in building things and creating and had lots of ideas, but we couldn't draw and do 3D stuff. So building things was actually the easy way for us. So sometimes it's just the inability to do something else, which leads you to something that makes your thing special.
Yeah, creative solutions, right? I think there's some, I'm going to absolutely butcher it, but there's like a phrase that's like creativity breeds in constraint, right? Like when you're restricted and you can't do everything, you're forced to be creative. And if this was the end product of that, like it's just fantastic results. Yeah. There's a couple of questions that I want to bring in here as well. One from Freeman, our producer behind the monitors. Nice. Does this work on Steam Deck? Because I want to play it on the plane on the way home.
Yes, it does.
There you go.
It does. It's
there you go.
Steam Deck verified. We noticed,
Green
though,
check mark.
I'm still not sure if this is like true for all Steam, because on mine it just worked flawlessly right away. Yeah. And it is also verified by Steam, but some players have reported that videos don't work on theirs, but there is an easy fix for that, which is just installing Proton GE. So for those of you who have problems by installing Proton GE, that fixes basically all the video issues that there are.
Easy peasy. I've got a great question here from Twitch, from Curdle Games. How long did you think the game was going to take at first? And did that scope grow as you went? When you first looked at this, were you like, yeah, this is a 10 to 12 year commitment?
No, that's a very good question. And the answer is it was always 2 years, no matter in which stage of development we were. And interestingly, 2 years was always also kind of the length of the next stage. So the first 2 years were basically thinking about it, and also I did my master's thesis there. The second 2 years were basically thinking about how to make it an actual game, like how to, find funding for it and so on.
Sure.
And we had a prototype funding from the German government, which we worked on for about 2 years, and then we had like a proper, they had the technology all set up and the proper, prototype basically. And then looking for further funding, finding a publisher and so on. It was always like these kind of 2 year sections. So most of that is because the scope didn't change too much, but we had a huge scope from the beginning on. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, it was our first game, and we didn't have any budget or established systems, or not even a studio. So it's actually very funny. People look at the game and say like, oh, it's very obvious why this took so long, because they created everything by hand.
Sure, that's my instinct.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But by now we have made our process so efficient that it isn't much slower than trying to create something fully digitally while achieving a similar level of quality. I mean, of course, if you go with a simpler style like low poly aesthetics or so, that would be faster, But trying to achieve a similar level of quality, it takes the same amount of time doing it digitally. In our case, it was mostly, like I said, the learning process. We started with not knowing anything about games and Unity and whatever, to actually working with these tools. And actually creating our pipeline. So it was a lot of experimenting involved. And the second thing would be the financing, basically. So from basically self-funding the very early steps over getting a government funding, and then ultimately working with a publisher, and then later getting a Game Pass deal, with all these times in between where we didn't have any funding at all, where things slowed down, basically. So if we did the same thing again today, for example, with the same theme, with our knowledge from now and with proper funding, it would be more like 4 to 5 years, which is
interesting,
much more realistic.
Half the time, right?
Exactly.
I think that is always a very unique and interesting conversation to have with people, is if you could do it all again, what would you change? So you obviously have more knowledge and experience at this point, but looking back at the project, would there be anything that you would have changed from like a gameplay perspective, or just the story, the way that people interact with it?
That's a good question. Maybe it's too close still to actually...
and this is your baby, right? So if you're like, no, I love it all, that's totally okay as well.
It's... No, I don't think so, actually. Great. It's actually very interesting, because that's also something, usually if a game comes out, most people criticizing it are on the kind of similar level of, with ratings, for example. If a game is around a 7, it will get some 8s and some 6s, but it will mostly be 7. We had a huge span, which was very interesting.
Big range.
So,
Okay, interesting.
So we have a game that is a 7, but we also had 3 10s, we had some 5s, and we had like the full range from 5 to 10, which is very interesting, because it shows a little bit about that. I mean, it is a very, very slow game, and some people find that like extremely boring.
Sure.
Others find that super interesting and understand like the reasoning behind that, because it changed throughout the gameplay. And I think that's very interesting. And also looking at it in hindsight, because there were times where I was like thinking like, should we have made it faster maybe, But then again, that wouldn't be what we wanted to achieve ultimately from the beginning on.
Exactly.
So it might not be a game for everyone, but we actually, so I'm really happy with what we have done, basically.
And I think there are a lot of people that are. And again, anyone that we show this to has positive things to say immediately. And I think you've touched on a number of different really important and interesting things, like trying to quantify art, which is such like a subjective medium, right? And clearly you have such an artistic approach to this. You come from a film background, and I think with art there's always a very nuanced conversation to be had about when is art finished. Like there's this conversation and this thought process around art's never finished, it's simply released. You could go back and reiterate and change things a million times because it's just never done. How did you decide, put the stamp on it, we are finished here? When did you reach that point?
Yeah. So that's also a good question, because even, when we were finished, one of my colleagues was saying, like, we could even polish, like, for another year,
right? Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah.
And that's true. And there is always something to make better or, to fix and so on. For us, it was basically, the system, our game is relatively light on systems and things like that, which means everything was already running quite well relatively early on, and from there on it was mostly the content that was added, and most of the content is basically all these cutscenes and cinematics and dialogues and basically situations that happen on the spaceship. So it was basically completing that, and then the music came quite late in the process, which was an essential part, basically, of both the storytelling and the general feeling in the game. And I think it was a mix of these factors, basically completing the content part, and then while, obviously parts of the team were already polishing and so on, but then also the music felt like the ultimate polish, bringing everything, gluing everything together kind of throughout the flow of the game. And I think that's that. And also, it's not like, you work on it and then at one point you say, okay, that's it right now. I try. Sorry.
Oh, no
but
worries.
it's rather, you set a date where the game is going to be
Sure,
released.
at that point you kind of get
And there are always two options, like 6 months before that you either say like, okay, we are definitely not going to make it, or for the last time we were like, no, actually, this looks good. We are going to make it this.
Is that Dr. Computer? Dr. Computer? This opens a whole box of questions.
Would have been nice.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, we were also super happy. I remember, the game came out in April, and I went to GDC in March after finishing the game, actually.
So you knew. You were like, okay, we're ready to go.
Done. Yeah,
great.
That's done. And I had a good feeling. And in fact, it really was as well. So I'm super happy, actually, that we didn't have like too many terrible bugs or so. There was one broken achievement, actually.
Oh, no. And I'm an achievement hunter.
Yeah, I heard that it's interesting. Finally, I personally know someone who is an achievement hunter.
I love achievements.
I've never understood that, and I didn't know that it's so important for some people.
Sure.
I'm so sorry for all those of you that
we got the official apology, everybody. Don't worry about it.
Exactly, because it took a while to find out what the problem was. People were really those were the only complaints we got.
That's a good sign, I
think.
think.
All the other little bugs or so were not so important or so, but we had like a lot of achievement hunters who are like, I played through the game 3 times now and I still can't get that achievement, and I'm sorry.
But we fixed it.
Yeah,
we did it. We got it. Everybody, deep breaths. We got there. And, and if that's the case, they just got to play a really beautiful, fun game 3 times.
Yeah, exactly.
Congratulations. We've got a question here from Serge in the Twitch chat asking about character design. Were you using kind of digital tools to then switch to a physical character, or was it purely physically done in the real world for you guys?
No, it was actually purely physically done. So starting with a rough concept sketch by Ole, our art director, who then started modeling the puppet and so on. And then once we did the 3D scanning, there's actually a funny detail because we ultimately decided to not animate in the physical world, but digitally.
Right.
We were then able to just rig the characters normally, like a 3D character. And that also meant that we didn't build movable puppets anymore, but rather static statues in T-pose.
T-pose.
Now, because of that, sometimes the proportions weren't really. Or I'm actually always joking. I say Ole is inspired by his own hands. He has like gigantic hands, and all our characters had like gigantic hands, and it just looked very silly, you know, when they were walking with those gigantic hands. So once they were digitalized, because they were then 3D models, we could adjust some of the proportions digitally. So it was kind of the other way around, basically.
I think that's great. And again, we're continuing to see people with like very positive things to say. Kat Murdoch calling out, love the unique style to the game. Trish says, I'm definitely going to try this one. I love to savor a game and experience the art and music as much as the gameplay. I think what you've created was so artful, so artistic in so many different levels. And you released in April this year, and you're clearly excited, and I can feel it off of you, and it's contagious, and I love that. How long will you kind of ride this before you start to look for what's next for yourself?
Well, I think the pause was long enough, honestly.
You're ready. Back to work.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I went on a bike tour right after the release, or no, a month after release, because of, you know, whatever happens right after. I fixed the achievement bug before I was on vacation.
Before people get mad, listen,
exactly.
Fixed it first, then rested, okay?
Which was very interesting, actually, because, you know, in March, when I went to GDC after finishing the game, I was like super relaxed, and it was like, okay, that was it. That was super nice, and yeah. I didn't, you know, because everything was planned until then. I didn't expect that once the game is released, there is a little time span actually where a lot is going to happen, like interviews and like people complaining because of some bugs maybe. Or
Always people complaining.
So yeah. But also very nice fan mail, for example.
Great.
We got so many very nice mails, which we are super grateful about, and it was really nice. And then, by now, so now almost half a year has passed, and I noticed it like 2 months ago or so, where suddenly ideas started upcoming again and so on.
That's good news.
We also, during the development of Halibut, we had some ideas for further games, but we didn't explore them too deeply. I think it's now the time where we will slowly start exploring those deeper. And basically start experimenting again. We don't have to rush anything. I mean, it's in our name, right? Slow Brothers.
Slow Bros.
It's very interesting that we came up with the name long before, you know, it was right at the beginning of the development, actually, and we didn't know that it would take so long. But the idea for that was actually that we don't care about rushing things, but take the time that is necessary.
Great.
And I think that's the same for our next project. What we can say, though, is that we are going to use the same tech stack, basically, that we built so far. So it's also going to be a handmade game. As I told you, the process is basically, for us at least, as efficient as a digital-only process would be. So yeah, that's going to be the common thing with the next project as well.
I think that's great. We definitely live in a world where kind of there's a serialization. If something's successful, you're going to get many more iterations of it. You're going to get your MCU out of the thing, right?
Yeah.
How much consideration have you given to making a direct sequel to this, or is it mostly leaning on a completely different creative project?
Yeah, it's going to be completely different,
Great.
actually. So we... For us, it was clear that there is never going to be a sequel, actually. Great. Now that people are like, oh, we love this character so much, and is there going to be a sequel? It was more like people playing the game who convinced us to not at least say completely know that there isn't going to be maybe some kind of spin-off or so in the future. But again, that's definitely not going to be the next project we are working on, because we love exploring other things, and we have spent like a lot of time.
I was going to say, you spent over a decade in this one, yeah.
So it's just time to do something else.
I think that's great. We are kind of coming towards the end of our time here, and I've absolutely loved this conversation. Your passion that you carry is palpable, and it's infectious, and I absolutely love it.
Thank
but
you.
Is there anything kind of about the production that people might not know about? Any like curveballs that came out along the way?
Well, there were one funny thing, actually. I don't know. You might notice it when you play it, that again, mostly because of budget reasons, the motion capturing performances of every single character are actually me.
Whoa! I love that.
So that's funny once people realize, oh, it's actually the same person playing. Obviously, we had all these wonderful voice actors that gave all these characters their personalities. So my job afterwards was easy because we were using the pre-recorded audio files that we pre-edited to have like the cutscenes. I was just acting on top of the audio files, which again made my job kind of easy. But yeah, it's a kind of fun fact. And one of the trivia things we always tell is like during the production we have taken more than 1 million photos for the photogrammetry things.
Whoa!
In fact, that the first camera that we used for that DSLR camera. Obviously wasn't made for that, so the mirror mechanism broke just by taking photos.
Just
we
so
didn't
many
let
of
it
them.
fall or so, yeah. So we bought a mirrorless camera afterwards.
Smart. Eliminate that. That possible
that mechanical problem.
Yeah. Well, Onat, thank you so much for joining us. This was, again,
Thanks for
absolutely
inviting me.
incredible. Thank you for sharing your passion, your insight, your knowledge, and your experience on this project. I had a blast.
Thank you. Me
Thank
too.
you. Enjoy the rest of Barcelona.
Thanks.
Bye. Everyone say thank you to Onat. Gang, that was awesome. I'm so excited. We are, again, going to transition and change gears here towards our last guest of the day. That's right. We had a 4-hour stream block, and we're 25 minutes from the end of it. And I'm feeling pretty okay. This was super fun today. I hope you guys are having a good time. To kind of give you the spiel one last time for today, my name is Jackson. I'm a community manager here at Unity, and I'm responsible for all of our live stream content. And the intention behind this stream and the one tomorrow is that we bring you a little taste of Unite from Barcelona. We know that not everybody can hop across the world in some cases and spend a lot of money on these types of events. But my favorite thing as a community manager is bringing everybody together, creating connections, and establishing a network for everybody. So we decided to give a little taste of Unite to you all. So from a very conversational, laid back, community-focused approach, we are here hanging out, chatting with different guests from different places, different backgrounds, different experiences about what Unite is. We're laid back. If you guys have questions, hop in the chat and let us know. We are live, so ask away. And we're just going to see how conversation goes. Earlier today, we had a underdog story of a generation where we had 2 Unite employees playing Power Rangers Battle for the Grid, and they fought to the death. So it's that type of casualness that you will encounter here today. If you are looking for super in-depth session information, don't worry, we are recording those, and they will be available as VODs in the next couple of weeks, I believe. But I'm grateful to each and every one of you for tuning in, whether you joined at the beginning and you've been here the whole stream or you just popped in. Thank you very much. And we are going to welcome our next and our final guest of the day. Some of you may recognize this face, this voice, this energy. Please welcome to the show, Laurent. Bonjour, comment ça va?
Yeah, merci.
Oui. I'm excited. I'm excited to have you here because for some people, they may recognize you as a guest on streams. You hosted a stream, so a familiar face, always exciting to bring back to people. But also, I'm really curious to hear about your experience at Unite. How many Unites have you been to so far?
Well, I actually started at Unity about 5 years ago, so it was like the beginning of the pandemic, and I basically remember I started January 2020, something like 20th of January 2020, I guess. And then I had the opportunity to meet some of my colleagues like for a couple of weeks, and then boom, we were working from home.
And then nobody interacts for a year.
Yeah, I'm really jealous of anybody that could go to Unite in 2018, 2019, previous years, because those were amazing, apparently, from what I could see on the web, on recordings, on streams, and so on. So yeah, I'm really jealous of that. And then I think it was 2022 where we started doing some events, getting some of those events together, gathering people around the Unity offices, and then restarting for real Unite at Amsterdam last year. It was kind of amazing. So my real first Unite was really last year. And then this year in Barcelona, second Unite in a row. And yeah, I can tell you, it is amazing.
Yeah, I'm excited. And let's just fingers crossed that there's no more pandemics that stop us from hanging out, because my understanding is, and I've only been here 2 months, but my understanding is last year was about half the size of this year. And so does it feel substantially bigger? Like, does it hit differently walking into the conference space?
Oh yeah, and the energy is like completely different too.
Yeah.
I think like for the last couple of years, we got, some back and forth with many different things that people will probably, remember about, and it was kind of complicated. And so everybody was a little bit tense. We were just wondering what happens and what to do next and so on. And I feel like now we've been able to get through some of those problems and put that behind us.
Yeah.
And so everybody feels relieved and everybody is energized and is leaning forward, and we're again getting together, that community of game developers building tools for game developers, and that feels so great.
Yeah, it's the energy that you spoke of. It's palpable coming in here and seeing the level of just excitement. And I think it is kind of spurred on a little bit by the post-pandemic feel that for years we weren't able to kind of connect in person. Now, not only are we, but we're kind of getting back to these larger events. There is this sense that in the games industry in general, that switching to online is easier and it's cheaper in a lot of spaces. But to you, what is the additional value of being able to connect with your colleagues and industry people in person?
Well, I can tell you just the number of hugs that I'm getting every day is just so amazing.
I like that.
Just seeing the same faces from different events. Sometimes we've been meeting up, I don't know, at Gamescom or at GDC or some whatnot event. And so, I'm just seeing all those people. And then, sometimes it's the first time we have a hug in person. That's amazing.
Yeah.
So, there is like that proximity. Nothing replaces that.
Of course.
Sure.
I think I have colleagues that have worked together for something like 3, 4, 5 years. And they met for the first time in person today. I think that's really interesting as well. We talk about it within the community, about being able to connect people from all over the world. And I think being able to see it in person here as well is so interesting and so unique. But you're in Quebec. How is it for you just working with people all over the world? It's something that I'm taking on relatively new in my career here, which is really young, but you've been here a little bit longer. What's that experience and how has it grown for you since you've been here?
Yeah, Unity has been like growing so much over the last few years. So we really have people all around the world. Every single day we're connecting West Coast, East Coast, Europe, sometimes Asia, and all those regions together. So it's I would say it depends. I'm kind of lucky to be in Montreal. Montreal is a place where we have a large office. We have a large number of employees over there. So I'm kind of meeting people all day, all week long. So that's kind of like, probably easier for me than some other location that might not have an office or people working remote. Well, sometimes they actually do like to work remote, like, very remote.
Yeah.
But no, it's Montreal is a great space. So we have a lot of like mingling happening over there. And then we're jumping onto, Zoom meetings, like pretty much everybody, and kind of having those connections across the board. So Montreal is kind of at this like interesting time zone where we're in the middle of West Coast connecting with Europe. So like the span of like between, 8 in the morning to, noon is like this super busy period. And then afternoons are a little bit more calm, I would say. But Montreal is well located, I would say.
Yeah, you're lucky because I'm on the West Coast, so I'm 3 hours behind you. So you're like, ooh, from 9 to noon is my like, get up at 7, you have a meeting.
I guess you feel the energy on Slack going down over the day, and after a couple hours, like it's pretty calm.
Mm-hmm. I'm pulling in a couple of questions here. Again, if you guys are watching live on YouTube or Twitch, hop in the chat. We're paying attention. If you got questions, let us know. Aaron XR Dev says, I love Montreal, an amazing city. We've got Hilton saying, when will you guys do a Unite in South Africa? Ring asking, will there be any Unites in Vietnam? Unite's kind of been bounced around the world. My understanding is that previously, prior to the pandemic, there were multiple Unites every year, and they were kind of stationed all over. But for you, for the sake of this conversation, where would you like to see a Unite event take place?
I think Montreal would be a great.
You want Montreal?
Oh yeah, I would love to get.
But then you wouldn't get to travel.
Yeah, well, sure, but I would get to meet everybody again. So
and it's easy.
That's the gift, right?
I get that. That's a good perspective. Now, Freeman pointed out in chat as well, this isn't the first time that people will have seen you. We brought you in for a previous live stream. That was to talk about dots, correct?
Yeah.
For definitely not me. for other people who might not know, but definitely not me because I know. What is dots?
Yeah, so Unity is being built like for many years. Like I don't exactly remember the real number, probably 15 years, something like that, maybe 17 years, 15 years, something, long time ago. I remember I sat down with Yohaki Mente, one of the co-founder of Unity, a couple of years back when I joined the dots group, and he told me something like, you know, when I architected Unity, I was 19 years old. Like, I made a mistake, I want to fix it. And so that's kind of how Dot started. Like, it was out of the idea that the engine was kind of carrying on with a lot of doubt that we wanted to reinvent some of the core component. So through that process, we came up with picking some of the best practices in large-scale development in AAA games. And one of them is called ECS, for Entity Component System. That's an architecture pattern, and we started implementing that in Unity. To make it work, we had to do two other components, one called Burst, the compiler, one called Jobs. It's a way to schedule things in parallel. And altogether, ECS, Burst, and Jobs just push back the boundary of Unity engine so we can tackle larger games, more ambitious games. So you might want to go like bigger in terms of potential of the gameplay or the complexity of the game. But it also means that you could also get lower in complexity of device. So shipping the same game, but to a larger number of devices. So that is the kind of solution that just helps us like increase the reach for game developers.
Cool. That was a great explanation. Thank you. I feel like you maybe have given that exact explanation
It's been a couple
before.
of years I've
But
been
you
saying
know
this.
what? It wasn't scripted. It didn't feel like you read from a script. So you're doing a great job of balancing exactly what people
Prompter,
need to
where's
know.
the prompter?
Yeah. We don't have a prompter here. I also, again, for full disclosure, like we planned out all of these streams and people are like, okay, so like I got to do a presentation and I got to plan a thing and what's the script and like what's the order, and I'm like, nope, none of that. Just come and hang out and we'll talk about Unite, we'll talk about games, we'll talk about Power Rangers for a little while. So I'm really grateful that you're here hanging out and chatting with us. If you guys have any questions for myself, for Laurent, about Unite, about Dots, I imagine,
Yeah, I'm also
feel free
taking
to ask
care
us.
of multiplayer. For
Oh,
Unity
great.
engine, and that's pretty exciting because
So coming off the multiplayer summer, how are you feeling about it? How did
exactly.
you feel that went?
Well, multiplayer summer was kind of like the peak of all of the development we've been doing for 2 years for multiplayer games.
So finally
that
in the hands of
basically
people.
gets to a conclusion with Unity 6.
Yeah.
So I don't know if people have been able to watch the keynote, but I highly recommend it, or even the roadmap. We've been talking a lot about multiplayer. For a few years, Unity has been like having a very little presence in terms of tooling for multiplayer. So we've been relying on some of the external solutions that exist in the ecosystem, and we felt like we needed to fill the gap just to make sure that everybody can actually go to and try to make a multiplayer game. So for the last 2 years, we've been assembling a lot of people, working very hard to bring all of the tooling that exists around multiplayer, lower the barrier so that it gets easier to assemble a game. And so all of that basically came together in Unity 6. So Unity 6 is like a bunch of different toolings in the editor, like Multiplayer Center, where you play with the parameter of your gameplays, and then it makes suggestions about the kind of tooling you need to deploy. In one click, you can add that to the project, and then you can experiment, prototype, and add more capabilities over time with widgets, where it's kind of pre-made, like pieces of runtime UI that you can bring into your project in seconds. Like I remember the other day, right after Gamescom, I was at Gamescom a few weeks back, and came back to Montreal, and maybe I was just I don't know, the jet lag or something. I completely forgot I had a session with the sales team to explain to them what was coming up in Unity 6. And I just arrived in Montreal Wednesday morning. I'm like, oh shit, I completely forgot about this session. So fire up the editor, open up Unity, create a new project, install Multiplayer Center, configure the packages, install, add a widget. In 5 minutes, I had a working multiplayer game. Like this, was so excited about the possibilities.
Wow.
To like helping game creators to experiment with multiplayer gameplay, because it feels daunting to do a multiplayer game. Like that feels pretty hard, and
Of course.
is somehow pretty hard.
Yeah.
So like bringing those things together so you can quickly get to a working multiplayer game, you can go and pitch to your publisher or to your team and get the funding you need to get to the next step of your project.
Yeah.
That feels amazing. Like Unity 6 is probably going to change the game for that.
That's so cool. I know that Aaron XR Dev in the Twitch chat says, so excited to dig into multiplayer in Unity 6. And we talked a little bit about it. There was a demo during the keynote today, and that demo was awesome. It showcased essentially exactly what you just told us about, that it would take 5 minutes to implement a structure for it, right? And you've been working for 2 years on this. How does it feel to have that be a part of the keynote, which at the time we were watching it live was live for over 2,000 people? Is it a feeling of like great pride within you to be able to be a part of something that's hit that many people?
Oh yeah, that was amazing. Like just having the work of years coming up together and being able to get to a point where game creators are going to be able to do something with it and actually ship games that I'm going to play over the weekend. Like, to be honest, that's also why I'm going to work to Unity. That feels amazing. Like, the feeling that we can have an impact is absolutely amazing. And it feels like that's where we are at the moment in time for Unity. We're getting back to the root of like being providers of tools for the community and being centered on the needs of the community so they can create amazing games. That's really what we're like focusing on at the moment. And so Unity 6 fell so much in line with that, renewal of like what Unity is as a company. That's amazing. Like, it's really a combination of all those things together.
Yeah. I think it's a really exciting time for Unity as well. I've been here for 2 months. And already in the time that I've been here, there's been a lot of changes. But in talking to my colleagues that have been here for 5, 6, 7 years, they're like, oh no, this is the most condensed time of really positive changes in Unity in forever. And we saw the sentiment in some of the comments on both YouTube and Twitch during the keynote. The future's looking bright, and like, oh, whoa, we turned the corner. We've done something great. How are you feeling kind of about the future of Unity and your future at Unity?
Well, I mean, like, Unity 6, fantastic. Like, we landed a ton of things. I'm kind of blessed to a certain extent because 2022 LTS, I had the opportunity to be part of the Dots release, which came into, like, for the first time supported in Unity as a regular feature. So that was pretty exciting already. And then Unity 6, where multiplayer come together. And I don't want to stop there. Like, there is so much more to do.
Yeah.
And so the next step for us is really to continue on that direction. There is a lot more we can deliver with Dots ACS. Dots is a little bit complicated to use, like for people that are very used to game object development. So we're trying to make it easier by bridging like more closely the gap that exists between game object and Dots. So there's a lot of development in that direction. And on the multiplayer side, it feels like we did half of the journey at this point, which is like making sure you can build a multiplayer gameplay. But the next part of the journey is growing a community. And so there is so much more to bring to that experience, maybe in Multiplayer Center or something similar that would include live ops, delivery of content, and analytics, and all the tools you need all along the production so that you can actually not only ship a game, but then grow that community and make that game live for a decade.
Yeah. I think that's super cool. And probably not something that people get a ton of insight into is that you get to see what we show you. You get to see what we say is ready for your eyes, but the level of innovation and drive and desire to keep making newer and better things is constantly happening. And we showed off with Thomas and Kirk earlier, Struct. And you've mentioned a lot about multiplayer kind of reducing barriers to entry. How important is it to be able to kind of make game development incredibly approachable?
Yeah, that's the basic roots of Unity, democratizing game development. I think Matt was introducing Unite with that sentence, democratizing game development. That's what put Unity on the map, and that's what's going to keep Unity on the map. So we need to like continue to invest in that direction and making sure that we're enabling the amazing creatives around us to get to success. Yeah. So, and that job's never going to be done.
Never, right? Because the needs of the people will continuously change, and being able to adapt and adjust and accommodate for those is going to be really important. I think there's an inevitable sentiment in any online community, in any games-related community, that people aren't listening, right? You see it all the time. And realistically, that's not the case. Whether or not the feedback loop is there is hard to kind of publicize sometimes. But I've seen it working on the community team, that people care about the users and what their opinions are. And they're excited and willing to kind of adapt. Do you have any sort of insight into the way that community feedback has influenced some of your own choices and things that you advocate for?
Yeah, it's a pretty big problem. Like actually, when I first applied to Unity, my boss at the time told me, "Hey, not only you take care of some of that product management job, but also can you look into the feedback loop?"
Great.
So that was one of the first projects I worked on at Unity. Kind of looked into it, and I was shocked by the amount of feedback we were receiving. Like I think, over the last year, I'm not sure if the number is exactly right, but it's something like around 115, 120 new feature requests that are coming in every single week.
Whoa,
Like,
full
it's
new features.
Massive.
Wow.
Like, and I think it's special. It's not happening in all industries. I've been working in different industries before, and the feedback is not that, like, we don't get that amount of feedback. It's actually in other industries, you actually need to deploy a lot of effort to get some feedback.
Right.
But here, we're getting so much, like every day, feedback coming in and flowing in. So I think our challenge is more about showing how through the massive feedback, we're actually delivering on some of those problems and some of those challenges. Oftentimes, when I go to shows and talk to developers, they tell me that what they like the most about Unity is that it's a sandbox engine. You can pretty much bend the engine to do anything.
Sure.
And that makes it very hard to make it feel like we are actually actioning the feedback, because everybody has such disparate use cases all around the place.
Right.
So I think the best we can do is to try to be very transparent about how we choose our investments, why we choose our investment, and how that relates to what we observe in the market, and basically inviting users to the table and letting them tell us if that connects with their needs.
Of course.
That's what we're doing at Unite. That's what we're doing at various events. That's we're having tons of meetings all year long to try to get some of that feedback in and validating the plans we have for the future.
Yeah.
The roadmap sessions are also there for that. So same thing, if you haven't watched the roadmap session, highly encourage you to do so and tell us what you think. Like if something in there feels out of place because that's not exactly what you think we should be providing to the market, then we'd love to hear that.
Yeah, and I like that. And it's not you're not the first person to say it today. Like, we're listening to feedback, we're open to it. And again, I think the very nature of community and receiving feedback is that it's impossible to have a 100% feedback loop. If you come to me and say, I ran into an issue or I would really like this, with the sheer number of people requesting things or demanding things sometimes on the internet, and the number of people responding to them, it's just impossible to keep up to everybody. And it's inefficient to try to respond to every message. But that does not mean that we're not listening. And I think that that's a message that more people need to hear more frequently. And that's great that we're getting that out there. So again, if you have feedback on things, we've got spaces. We have community spaces that we monitor. We've got the Discord. We've got discussions.unity.com. So make sure that we're hearing it. Trish saying it's great to hear about the excitement coming from inside the Unity team. And I think that's great too. Another portion of why I love to do these live streams is to give a voice to the people internally. And you've been on a live stream, so you kind of know it as well. But to kind of have that opportunity to humanize people and showcase that passion, I think it's important for people to see. And I think people can connect with it and hopefully see, wow, they're excited about their future. That must mean that there's good things ahead. So I'm really grateful that you've been able to hang out with us and share some of that insight. We're about to wind down, but before I let you go, what has been the best food you've had here in Spain so far?
You mean in general, like beyond Unite?
Anything.
Well, I mean, it's my first time in Spain,
Right.
Ever. So I was pretty grateful to have the opportunity to come over here. I've been wandering downtown a little bit. Barcelona is so beautiful. Like, that was absolutely fantastic. But to be honest, like, it's maybe my geeky thing. Like, the best for me was really Unite. And it's not because like I'm working for Unity. It's just because that's what we're working for Unity.
Of course.
To have the opportunity
Yeah.
to be in that game dev space. So just being humbled by like the sheer amazing set of games that are coming up all the time around us is really impressive.
Yeah.
And game developers are doing so like creative thinking around, like, you design a feature or something in Unity and then you're using it completely the other way around. They're like, how did you even come up with this idea?
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe it's like a boring answer, but like mingling with the game developers is my highlight.
I like it. I like it a lot. And I want to say thank you again for coming in, hanging out, sharing your passion, your energy, your experience. I appreciate you. Is there anything else you want to say as we kind of say goodbye?
Well, I guess goodbye.
That's fine. That works. That works. I appreciate you, Laurent. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. And that's going to bring us to the end of the show for today, everybody. That's 4 hours. That's right. Check your watch. It's been 4 hours, and I've been here for all but 2 minutes of it. And I've enjoyed every moment of it with you all. And I hope that you know that. And I hope you can feel that that is very genuine, because it is my favorite thing to do in this world, to bring people together over their love and passion of video games. And if that's game development, that's fantastic. The fact that you guys came through here today makes me very, very happy. But it does not stop there, as we will be back again tomorrow. That is September the 20th. And we will be starting at noon Central European Standard Time, CEST, noon. If converting time zones is a challenge for you, and it is for me, I totally get it. You can do a quick Google, or if you check out youtube.com/unity/streams, there is an event that has the start time. I've been jumping around time zones. We're 9 hours removed from where I live, so trying to plan things and organize things has been a challenge. If you struggle with time zones, I sympathize with you. But please come and hang out with us tomorrow, because we have a lot of more excellent show. We're going to be talking to Esteban about multiplayer in Unity 6 and the multiplayer summer. We're going to be talking to Johnny from Turbo Makes Games, as well as his content creation partner, Danny, about what it's like to be an insider, create content, and all of that good stuff. We're also going to be talking to Raf Koster, an industry legend, here to talk about his new project. We're going to be talking to a couple of fine folk behind Strike Force, Marvel's Strike Force, Marvel's #1 mobile title. And then we're also going to be learning a little bit about ebooks and all of the learning resources that you have available to you. We're going to sign off now, but please do come back tomorrow for the second day of our community hangout here at Unite 2024 in Barcelona. Thank you once more to everybody for being here. And thank you again to all of our wonderful guests. Laurent still sitting here. Fantastic. I appreciate you. And everyone working behind the scenes to make these streams possible. We got Freeman behind the board, and Larry, who was in and out a moment ago, and many, many more people who helped pull together such a large production. I hope you guys found this exciting, entertaining, informative, educational in some capacity. It means a lot to me. I've put a lot of work into it, so thank you. And that's going to be it from me. Again, my name is Jackson. You can call me Jax. Everybody have a great rest of your day. We'll see you soon.